Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm speaking to you in English, but we have interpretation. So you will be able to find headsets for interpretation on the aisles of the meeting over there. You will have English on channel 1, French on channel 2, and Spanish on channel 3. So feel free to collect your headsets and interpretation devices. Je vais le redire en français, mesdames, messieurs, bonjour. Ceux qui ont besoin d'interprétation ont à leur disposition des casques avec des mécanismes d'interprétation qui sont disponibles ici et que ce jeune vous apporte. N'hésitez pas à le solliciter. Now, et je ne parle pas espagnol. Now, welcome to everyone. Welcome to you all, representatives of governments, of development partner organizations, civil society, private sector, investors. There's over 60 countries represented here, and we are very happy to host you. We believe it's absolutely fundamental to bring together the business community and the development cooperation providers to ensuring that all types of development finance, be they public or private, actually have a positive impact on the lives of people and on the future of our planet. And that's why we have this afternoon and tomorrow morning a very packed program. We'll be reviewing the challenges and opportunity in partnering with one another, and we'll be also collecting examples of how you are in your daily life, in your daily business, building trust and relationships, how you share risks, and how you focus on results. This special dialogue of the Global Partnership is a full part of the OECD Week on Private Finance for Sustainable Development because it brings a unique piece to the puzzle. We believe it was very important to focus beyond the question of mobilizing more finance, beyond the idea of how we monitor impact of this finance, that it was also important to look into how it happens in the field in very practical terms, how those partnerships with the private sector actually happen at country level. We hope you'll use today and tomorrow as an opportunity to develop new working relationships, to engage in substantive discussions, and to learn from each other, picking up practical tools on how that you can take back to your country and your region. A couple of housekeeping issues. First, there's Wi-Fi. It's open and available throughout the building. You have to look for OECD hotspot on your machine. There's going to be live polling during our session today and tomorrow morning, so we'll screen a number of questions and ask you to respond by clicking on menti.com to register, inserting the number that you see here, 511061. In case you forget about these, it's all at the back of your little brochure. There will be roving microphones also throughout the day to allow you to ask questions or react to what the panelists are going to say. And don't forget to express yourselves on social media as well, using the following handles, hashtag GPEDC, of course, but also hashtag PF4SDG, Private Finance for Sustainable Development Goals. That's it for now. I wish you very good discussions. I'm now calling on Jorge Moreira da Silva, the Director of the OECD for Development Cooperation, to introduce our topic and moderate the session. George.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank your presence, and as Bernard has said, he's the head of division on communication. He mentioned some of the practical elements for our discussion, but also the fact that after this introductory remarks, we'll have a panel that I hope will be also very active, aligning this discussion with the 2030 agenda. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I like to welcome you all in this specialized dialogue. As you know, here at OECD, we recognize the private sector's essential role in sustainable development, not just through the Directorate on Development Cooperation, but across all directorates and committees, including, obviously, the Development Assistance Committee, the DAC. In all its diversity, the private sector is an engine of inclusive growth and decent jobs. Private sector innovation and sustainable business practices provide a pulse for sustainable development. And the OECD works on several fronts to ensure an enabling policy environment for this private sector contribution. Just a few examples. The OECD's policy framework for investment provides a whole-of-government approach to attract more and better investments. We encourage sustainable business practice through the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises and the due diligence guidance for responsible supply chain, just to mention two examples. At the same time, globally, we face a 2.5 to 3 trillion gap to implement the SDGs, the 2030 agenda. It's not that the trillions are not out there. We know that, for example, the capital market and the pension funds has an ability to provide resources that go much far beyond this 2.5 to 3 trillion dollars a year gap. But much of it remains in private finance untapped for universal development. This is where the development cooperation community has a unique role to play. The development cooperation community is diverse. It is no longer about ODA or just about the government. It includes governments in partner countries, their bilateral and multilateral development partners, foundations, civil society, trade unions, parliamentarians, and others. The face of development has changed with more actors and more sources of finance. This community has at its disposal international public finance and other resources that can help amplify the contribution of the private sector towards sustainable development. The growing network of development cooperation actors is vibrant and energetic, yet mobilizing private finance through development cooperation and driving it towards sustainable development, targeting it to where it's needed most, is an emerging and challenging agenda which we are helping to steer. My directorate is helping to address this challenge in two important ways. First, we are looking at how private finance can be mobilized through international public finance and how such private investments can be linked with an impact imperative, which is the topic of this week, to better measure and manage impact of public and private finance for sustainable development. To this end, we have agreed recently, well, not recently, 6 months ago, on a set of principles for blended finance in development cooperation. It was agreed at the DAC, the Development Assistance Committee, and then we also socialized this concept and these principles with different actors, and we welcomed the fact that the G7 endorsed these principles during the Canadian leadership of the G7, and we expect that also in other fora, including the G20, we will have the chance to further develop this concept of blended finance principles for the SDGs. And we are devoting much of this week to strengthen the collective impact imperative for blended finance, green and climate finance, and social impact investment. We will launch tomorrow our report on social impact investment. Second, we are increasingly looking at the DAC and at the Development Cooperation Directorate at how different actors can partner more effectively in practice and on the ground. We bring development actors together around specific policy areas such as gender equality, fragility and governance, and provide institutional support jointly with the UNDP to the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation. As you know, we are the joint support team, both OECD and UNDP. The Global Partnership, created in 2011, aims to strengthen the effective use of all types of development cooperation. This includes the review of government-to-government cooperation in the traditional sense, and increasingly the implementation of projects and partnerships with the private sector, as it will be outlined during this specialized dialogue. Development finance, including official development assistance, ODA, is not enough, as we all know, but it has a unique strength. It is dependable, a lifeline for fragile context, and specifically geared towards policy mandates, including in the 2030 agenda. Recently, through our Global Outlook on Financing for Sustainable Development report, we obviously emphasized this unique role of ODA to catalyze private sector investment, but also the challenges that we are facing with some inconsistencies between policy and finance. Development finance can and must serve as a catalytic for making other investments more impactful for those left behind. Using development finance to engage the private sector bears both risks and opportunities. If used effectively, it can help transform all financing, public and private, into sustainable investments that benefit the millions of people still living in extreme poverty today. However, this requires, in our opinion, two things to happen. First, two communities which have previously been quite alien to each other, the development cooperation community and the business community, need to work together in more practical ways. Second, everyone's voice must be heard to make sure that expectations meet, concerns are addressed, and trust is built. And again, this is a real asset from the global partnership on effective development cooperation. The GPEDC is uniquely placed to make this happen. These voices to be heard and these two communities to join forces for the SDGs. It brings private sector partners to the table as equals in the GPEDC, in the global partnership, not merely as financiers, and provides a place for all partners to jointly agree on new and common rules of the game for more effectively engaging private sector through development cooperation, with a specific focus on private sector partnerships can be most effectively implemented in the ground. We already have a solid foundation for our deliberations. The global partnership that is led by Germany, Bangladesh and Uganda has conducted a review of over 900 private sector partnerships in 4 countries: Bangladesh, El Salvador, Egypt and Uganda. And I'm pleased that representatives of all 4 countries are present today. 3 issues emerged from these discussions and from this focus. First, a need to better leverage the diverse contribution to the development cooperation community. This includes more smartly using the community to build trust and share risks and to partner with those hardest to reach. Second, a need to make private sector engagement through development cooperation work in programs at country level. Third, the need to focus on sustainable results, impact and accountability. We must learn to factor in a clear business case for long-term sustainability, target projects to leave no one behind and realize gender equality. And if we are to scale up private sector partnerships, we must monitor results for transparency and accountability and better communicate these results. The feedback we received from many of you through the online survey has confirmed that these issues are important and need to be better addressed. Examples and lessons learned, lessons exist both on how public resources should and should not be used. The diverse set of private actors stand to benefit from multinationals with an interest in expanding operations in partner countries to domestic firms and as much as SMEs, micro-enterprises, women entrepreneurs in need of policy and financial support. Today's discussion, and I'm concluding, today's discussion will further unpack these issues, and we are eager to hear your views during the different panels and on the priorities to sharpen policy recommendations and shape voluntary principles. As many of you know, the last meeting of the high-level meeting of the GPEDC in Nairobi provided a clear commitment to engage the private sector more directly in its deliberations. It was one of the key elements of the Nairobi's decisions, and obviously the leaders of the GPEDC, Germany, Bangladesh and Uganda, has worked hard to ensure that during this period we have in tangible manner this private sector component driving some of this transformation. That's why I'm pleased today to welcome members of the Global Partnership Business Leaders Caucus. It's an eminent advisory body to this work, and I'm pleased to announce that the caucus has, in its meeting this morning, agreed on a statement to guide the global partnership on PSI principles. I will not go into the declaration. This statement, I think, is being distributed in the room or being available in the room during this discussions. This shows that since Nairobi we have built an integral voice, business voice, to the partnerships dialogue and policy work. And to conclude, I look forward to engaging with you in this intense joint process between now and the SLM, the senior level meeting of the global partnership, to be held back to back with UN HLPF, where we aim to launch the principles for effective private sector engagement. And now I would like to end the opening session and immediately move to the first panel, and would like to invite my colleagues from the first panel to join me in this first discussion within the Specialized Policy Dialogue. Would like to invite Fred Twesmin, Commissioner from the Ministry of Finance from Uganda, Uta Boloff, Deputy Director General on the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development from Germany, Vitalis Meja, co-chair of the GPEDC, the fourth co-chair of the GPEDC, representing the CSO community, CSO's Partnership for Development Effectiveness, Sarah Glass, Acting Director from the Center for Transformational Partnerships at USAID, and Cristina Moral Zarrabeitia from Ferrovial, a global operator on services and infrastructure based in Spain. So, with further ado, let's go to the discussion. Thank you. Yes, of course. And I forgot our colleague Fred Smith from Canada. I'm sorry for not mentioning your name. So this will be the more interactive part of the discussion after my opening remarks that I hope will not undermine the lively discussion. I always think that opening remarks can be an opportunity, but can also undermine the discussion. That was not the intention. The idea is to have a very lively discussion with these distinguished guests. I would like to again recall the presence of the three governmental co-chairs of the GPEDC, Bangladesh, Germany, and Uganda. Uganda will be speaking as one of the 4 case studies, as mentioned before. Vitalis Meja, as I mentioned, is the new co-chair, the 4th co-chair of the Global Partnership. It was an agreement that was established in Nairobi to have this 4th co-chair, and Sarah Glass will be able to present us some new outcomes of a new private sector engagement strategy. Cristina Moral Zarrabeitia from Ferrovial, you share with us your reflections on why the private sector should engage in an effort to develop principles and guidelines. Fred, I'd like to start with you. Then we'll have also the chance to hear from Drew about his experience on Canada. But I would like to start with Fred. If you allow me, you are the Commissioner for from the Ministry of Finance in Uganda, representing Minister Kasaija. Uganda has been a pioneer in engaging the private sector and as a champion for effectiveness. Uganda was also one of the 4 countries where we have conducted these case studies, and we look forward to hear from you lessons learned from these case studies. We will give 5 minutes for each speaker, and then we'll have the chance to start a discussion and also to have a dialogue with all the presents. So I'd like to start with Fred Twesemin. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name, but my apologies for that, please.
You don't need to apologize. You are pronouncing it rightly. It's a name, so you can't fail to pronounce it. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think without wasting a lot of time, I want to focus entirely on Uganda. But allow me to first point out that as the co-chair of the GPEDC, our intention is to facilitate the stakeholder policy dialogue about the private sector engagement, as foreseen in the Nairobi Outcome document, and also the Busan agreement and many other agreements that we are seeing. So it is not by mistake that Uganda was a pilot country. It is by design that Uganda is also a co-chair, and there is no doubt that it was part of the pilot. To begin with, Uganda recognizes, like as I said in other cooperation agreements, Uganda in its Vision 2040, and it's also in the National Development Plan, foresees the role played by the private sector as critical for development. Actually, the whole of the development agenda is pegged on the participation of the private sector in development. So the engagement of the private sector is not only by the virtue of the global partnership, but also by the national policy development plans and the policies. They envisage financing, particularly from the PPPs, because in Uganda, like any other African country, we have a fundamental gap in financing, especially for infrastructure. So we foresee, or we foresaw during our designs of our policies, that the private sector could participate in providing the desired resources in order to finance the development programs, especially infrastructure, energy, and many others. Uganda, as I said, as Da Silva has already said, was one of the priority countries, and I will aim at pointing out a few challenges and a few opportunities that came out during the studies in order to facilitate the discussion. Otherwise, if I have to go through the whole report, fortunately, the report, I think the summary is here. Everyone has, if you go at the back, you will see those highlights of those outcomes. First and foremost, I think more often than not, there is always a game, I would call it a game, of a mouse and a cat between the private sector and the government. Government looks at the private sector as a source of tax, and the private sector looks at the government as someone whom I should get a privilege in terms of tax exemptions and also tax holidays. This is normally the game. When the private sector looks at the government, say, this man has come to tax me. When I look at the private sector, on the other hand, coming to government, this guy is looking for tax holidays. This must change. And if this doesn't change, then it means that the play of the cat and the mouse will continue and development and dialogue will not take place. And if, excuse me, I have some cold, so you will bear with me. And if this continues like that, then the achievement of the global partnership, as we are talking about, and other agencies and other policy documents will not be achieved. So this must stop. And I think this is challenge number one. So we need to work on the orientation, both by the government and also the private sector, to look at each other as partners. And if we look and we meet to dialogue, we are not dialoguing to tax you, or we are not dialoguing to ask for tax holidays, but we are dialoguing on how we can develop together in the development agenda. And I think this is one important point that we need to look at. Secondly, there is always lack of what I could call enabling environment by the private sector to be able to implement their programs. Access to cheap energy, cheap in quotes. I don't know whatever cheap is. Cheap in Uganda may not be cheap in Paris and others. In terms of cost of doing business, in some of our areas, like in Uganda, the cost of doing business is high. You attract a private investor to come to Uganda, he will ask you, what is the unit cost of electricity? If you mention it, they will say, no, let me try Kenya. And if Vitalis is here, we also say, because we always compare ourselves as peers. So we need to have, provide access to cheap environment for doing business in most of the economies. And most importantly, I guess, in Uganda, like any other sectors in the region, our private sector is very young. And I think the study mentions about 95% or so who are dealing with small-scale industries, and also, make matters worse, who are informal. They cannot be traced, you cannot see where they are, and you cannot help them. Or if you go on the cat and mouse business, you cannot even track them for taxes. So this is something that we need to work on and make sure that even these ones who are operating at a small scale, they come from the bottom, they come on top of the table, they are seen, and we know what are the challenges and how we can be able to help them. And also to mobilize the resources, because, believe me or not, they also have a role to play at their size, at small size level, towards development. But if they remain informal and they are not seen, and by the way, most of our economies, these small scale are employing big numbers there. But because they are not known, so they are not normally captured into the matrix. I think these are some few challenges that I wanted to point out, but let me turn again on the opportunities, because I wanted to trigger some discussion thereafter. What are the opportunities that were seen during the study? Government, as I said from the word go, recognizes the role played by the private sector. And I think this is the biggest opportunity that the private sector needs to reap. This is a ripe banana somewhere. In Uganda, we like bananas. So when I say ripe bananas, I actually imply it. It is a ripe banana that the private sector can be able to tap into. Because government has recognized it, you can play a big role. So what is your opportunity now? Your opportunity is to make sure that you utilize or you build onto this recognition and you are able to demand for the services that you require, and you are able to put on the table what you can provide for development. But if they recognize and then you remain not tapping the recognition, then it also becomes difficult for government to be able to come on to get your concerns and also be able to bring you. Another issue that opportunity that happens, particularly in Uganda, Uganda has already put into some mechanism or some policy directions to attract the private sector to come onto the dining table. Like in Uganda, we have just adopted the National Private Sector Development Strategy, which is covering, I think, the next 2 years from 17 up to 2020. This is intended to bring up all the private sectors on the ground table and be able to discuss on the development issues. It looks at all the aspects that I've talked about, the challenges, it looks about all the opportunities, and it also looks about what the government should do and what the private sector should do. So we think this is an opportunity that the private sector can be able to come into and be able to participate in terms of development. The other issue I want to talk about is the public-private dialogue in Uganda. This is well recognized. At all policy levels of discussion, the private-public dialogue is emphasized. Don't ask me about maybe the value or maybe how it is conducted, but talk about the policy mechanism. They consider that before the policy is approved in terms of government, it must have consulted the private sector. Talk about the budget. The budget must be approved after consulting even the private sector. There is even a technical working group of the private sector involvement. But normally what happens here, the private sector, as I said, they go in to ask for privileges. They don't go in to put on what they have on the table. And this is the challenge that I mentioned prior. So when they come in, they say, now, this is our time to ask for leverages in tax reduction. This is a time for us to ask leverages in terms of holidays. This is a time to ask for leverages in ABCD. But they don't come to put on the table that, yes, we can be able to participate in development using this level, using this level, using this level. And also government also makes a mistake by going to the private sector, not ask them to bring resources on the table, but also to ask them, what do you want us to say in the next cycle in terms of tax provisions, in tax of whatever. So I think there is some mishap in terms of discussion when it comes to this policy dialogue. But this is an opportunity that the private sector has in order to continue dialoguing with government. On the other hand, also, the development partners operating in Uganda, most of them, they have some component of private sector leverage or private sector support. However, it is still fragmented here and there, but I think there is some window that the development partners are willing to give a hand in terms of capacity building, in terms of helping the private sector to build up their capacity in order to be able to participate in the development. However, on this one, I also want to note that in most cases, this very support is not properly aligned with the government initiatives, and which makes sometimes the difficulty for long-term sustainability. There is one support here, and when the support goes off, even the private sector that was supported falls back. So there is no pick-up either by government or pick-up by another agency for them to continue with the development as it is. I know I can see he's looking at me about time. I could go on and go on and go on, but I think in the interest of time and to give other colleagues to contribute, I hope I have triggered enough discussion. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Fred. This initial remarks will help us also during the discussion. Now I'd like to move the discussion to the presentation to Uta Bolov. Uta is as I mentioned, the Deputy Director General at the German Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, and one of the co-chairs of the GPEDC. Germany has developed a quite relevant work on engaging with the private sector, and we are eager to learn from you your perspectives on this topic.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome also on behalf of Germany as the fourth co-chair. We're very much delighted to have been pushing and will be pushing this agenda. I think, just recalling, the very ambitious agendas, that we have put forward. One, the Agenda 2030, the Agenda on Finance for Development, and the Effectiveness agenda. We are here very much and have been discussing with our part in the GPEDC in terms of, driving effectiveness a lot, and driving effectiveness a lot through also involving the private sector. And let me say that, having spent half of my life in private sector and always going back and forth, I see truly the value of bringing these players together, because there's so much to learn from each other. And that is why, we as a ministry are truly dedicated and committed. And to show you this commitment is one, we have been working and have raised a lot of our work, working particularly through KfW on blended financing, to work with emerging economies, India, China, to really, help them step up, because, when we want to fight poverty, this is still very much in these countries to get us another loop. Secondly, there is a lot, you may have heard about the Marshall Plan that has been put forward, by the minister in a few years ago, where there's a special dedication and focus on our work with Africa, which, the Marshall Plan notion has been taken, from historical site, but, where it's very much and at the center to improve and leverage the work together with the private sector, to really think about, where can we, as my colleague from Uganda said, work in dialogue setting, help out in terms of de-risking investments, which then actually led last year in our ministry, and I think that was a truly lesson learned in kind of the donor ministries, to build an own division with about 40 people on private sector partnership cooperation, which of course is involved into the trade issues, but very much, thinking about how can we improve the dialogues on equal footing, and how can we drive and engage private sector locally, and how can we try and support in de-risking whatever kind of, different instruments are needed here. Which then actually also leads me to kind of our current engagement very much this morning and through the course of time to have been pushing the GPEDC and, in our role as our co-chair to drive a private business leaders caucus, which I think has brought together a unique setting of individuals, but representing startups, unions, impact investors, and not just across regions, but really fostering and driving the scope of effectiveness, everybody bringing to the table, and we will hear more of that in tomorrow's session, as we have been discussing a lot in terms of, what are the ground principles, the rules we try to recommend for the work together. So let me thank once again the participants of the private sector, but also you, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion here with all of you.
Thank you very much, Uta, and indeed the creation of this Business Leader Caucus has been one of the important outcomes of the recent developments at the GPEDC, and I hope that you have the time to read the statement that was issued from this important meeting of the Business Leader Caucus, as this will help us to boost this agenda until the SLM in New York. Now I'd like to give the floor to Vitalis Meja. You have been recently appointed as co-chair of the GPEDC, and bringing this diverse voices together is not easy. You are representing a huge constituency of stakeholders, and we'll be delighted to hear from you representing this fourth pillar of the GPEDC.
Thank you very much, and let me begin by thanking the organizers. And indeed, we continue still to marvel in this new position, and we hope that it lives up to the expectations of what we propose for it to be. Well, it's very difficult to be a chameleon and to speak about everything for everyone, but I'll try my best, and I'll limit my comments to the focus of the topic, which is about private sector. I think the 2030 Agenda provides a framework within which business, both at national and international level, can invest in development. The business sector can be a significant force driving prosperity in support of achieving SDGs, and indeed it is now widely acknowledged by evidence that co-characteristics of business sector can create mutual benefit by contributing to the public good. The challenge of leaving no one behind presents an opportunity to partner with the private sector and co-create inclusive and sustainable prosperity. Private sector capital and technology could be used to increase prosperity and indeed drive down costs of access to essential goods and services, particularly in the marginalized communities, and promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, including through digital economy. The renewed mandate of the Global Partnership provides an opportunity to commit development actors to leverage development cooperation to attract inclusive business interests based on shared benefit of development impact. In this regard, the Global Partnership should play its enabling role for private sector to be responsible and a critical development actor. At the second high-level meeting in Nairobi, there were commitments to utilize effective development cooperation to attract business investment, engaging business entities in a partnership that mutually benefits business strategies and development goals. It is therefore important that we review and adapt instruments for partnerships to ensure that development cooperation plays a catalytic role in the mobilization of private sector resources. Through development cooperation, governments at central and local level, bilateral and multilateral partners, philanthropy and civil society can play a catalytic role helping companies to advance innovation and investment that can contribute to eradicating poverty and reducing inequality. The private sector indeed remains a crucial partner in not only development effectiveness agenda, but also in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. In particular, there are specific elements that we are counting on private sector to assist us in achieving through the SDGs. The first one being bringing their core business competencies to the sustainable development. For instance, through supply chain management, customer engagement, and product design and delivery, especially in the developing world. We are also relying on them to set up reporting and accountability systems on the environmental, economic, social impacts and social impacts of their efforts, in particular in the generation of full and productive employment and decent work for all. We also depend on them to collaborate with national governments to innovate in areas such as service delivery, for example, through digitization of service delivery infrastructure and products aimed at segments that have been left out of the market. I think in that regard, we have also seen a lot of movements from the private sector, and they've committed to certain elements that I think are very core, and we need to support them in delivering those key commitments, particularly with regard to supporting effective development cooperation principles and commitments, and become increasingly transparent and responsive to all sections of society within their countries of operations in accordance to international labor organization standards, the United Nations Principles on Business and Human Rights, and OECD guidelines on multilateral enterprises. They've agreed to perform due diligence on their entire value chain, becoming increasingly more transparent. They've agreed to invest further in accounting and for social, environmental, and economic impacts for its value chains. And they've agreed to collaborate on transparent and accountable management system for public and private funds used for public-private investment. I think what we have agreed, and that this is why I'm very excited about the idea of developing principles for private sector engagement, is that the global partnership needs to play its enabling role. And when we say its enabling role, there are clear elements that we committed ourselves to in Nairobi. And the first one is we agreed to engage all actors within the global partnership. They agreed to engage with the private sector in social dialogue, and especially with trade unions to increase their role in sustainable development. We also agreed to deepen collaboration with the business sector as part of effectiveness agenda for ensuring checks and balances. We agreed to support the private sector to adopt transparent and accountable management system in public and private funds. We also agreed, which is very important, to contribute to trust building, for instance, through disclosure practices and transparencies by multinational companies in both source and destination countries, in accordance with the national and international law. And lastly, I think for us, what we therefore really need to think about is how to deliver on both our respective commitments as responsible stakeholders. And I think this meeting today indeed helps us to begin discussing how we take these respective commitments forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Vitalis. As I mentioned, Vitalis, as one of the 4 co-chairs of the GPEDC, represents the non-executive, the 6 non-executive constituencies. Now, after hearing from the 3 out of the 4 co-chairs or representatives of the co-chairs, we'd like to hear from Canada and from Drew and from Christina, from the perspective of the private sector, focusing a more detailed approach. For Drew Smith, which is Director of Strategic Planning and Operations at Global Affairs in Canada, we'll like to hear from you, being aware that Canada has been shaping this private sector engagement. We'd like to hear from you your concrete experience on this topic. What is Canada doing in terms of private sector engagement, and how would you align this experience with a more effective and innovative approach? Because we know that Canada is also fostering this development innovation agenda. Drew, the floor is yours.
Thank you, George. Thanks to the OECD and UNDP for inviting me here today. So I'm a practitioner, and I don't normally engage with GPEDC discussions. So it's interesting to think about what we're attempting to achieve in terms of new partnerships from that perspective. The idea of building new partnerships between government, local partners, and the private sector. This is something that I've been working on for some time. And I would just like to say that Canada is very supportive of this type of policy dialogue and the guidelines that the GPEDC is putting together in support of private sector cooperation. I think one of the key issues here is trust and building trust. And with that, I think with the GPEDC being founded on the 8 effectiveness principles that have been around for some time and which were built around partnerships with different types of organizations, I think we have, well, I see the new engagement with the private sector really as an evolution of the 8 effectiveness principles that were developed around partnerships more with civil society and donor partners and local governments. And so if we continue to rely on the principles of country ownership and close collaboration, I think there's a bright future for these new types of partnerships. Just turning to Canada's commitment to these kinds of, to dialogue with the private sector, using new innovative approaches to engage with the private sector. As George noted, in the G7, Canada acknowledged, continued its support for the blended finance principles and ensured there was broader G7 engagement there. There was the Charlevoix commitment for innovation and a commitment to building new partnerships with the private sector for development. Canada's feminist international assistance policy is committed to engaging with the private sector to address poverty and to work with the poorest of the poor and improve the lives of all women and men with a strong focus on women's economic empowerment. And I think too we're moving forward in a very positive way with the creation of the new FinDev Canada, our DFI, as well as a commitment to $1.5 billion over 5 years for a new innovative international assistance program. So just looking at the 3 main pillars of the GPEDC's private sector engagement approach, I think the question of mobilization is front and center. I think Canada's commitment to the blended finance principles, the Charlevoix commitments, and the creation of the DFI and the new commitment of resources for innovative assistance is premised on this idea of ensuring that we mobilize the private sector to achieve the development objectives that we're looking for, both through the Canadian feminist policy as well as the SDGs. And that gets to the question of impact and the focus on impact. I think one thing that's dangerous is if we look at partnerships and we look at new financing mechanisms outside of our core development objectives, if the results and the impact are not driving our actions, then we have a difficult time making choices and understanding the objectives of the partnerships in a more kind of existential way. And then thirdly, the idea of having effective partnerships. I think we know we have effective partnerships if we're achieving results, and principally if we're finding ways to move new forms of development finance into places where it currently isn't going, and we're ensuring that we're reducing poverty through that process. I think we'll be able to see, we'll know what those positive partnerships look like. In terms of my own personal experience, certainly we've been piloting a number of interesting partnerships with impact investment firms, looking at how you connect technical assistance with new forms of repayable development assistance. And that's a big part of what we want to pilot and experiment with our new innovative international assistance program. So that's all to say that we don't have the answers by any stretch. I don't think the OECD has the answers. And we're now in a position in Canada where we have the opportunity to innovate and experiment. And this, the issue of experimentation is a core mandate within the Canadian Public Service. And so, in my mind, the stars are aligning, and we have a great opportunity right now. One final point, and this is on the question of shared value. Shared value, in my mind, is about aligning interests. And it's really a question of ensuring that all of the parties' interests are respected moving forward. I don't think it's possible to work with the private sector if you don't respect the private sector's core business practices and intent. I don't think as development practitioners we should be afraid of profit. I don't think we should try to change the private sector. What we need to do is we need to find where our interests align and create shared value on our own terms. And frankly, one area where we have not, from a practitioner's perspective, done enough as far as these new partnerships is concerned is ensure country ownership. And part of that is about collaboration and dialogue. I think the private sector, the caucus that was held today, I think it's a wonderful example of collaboration and communication within one group. But I think we need to expand those forms of coordination and collaboration beyond our own groupings and our traditional groupings on the development side, to bring in local partners' voices and local governments into these discussions. Thank you.
And now, because this dialogue requires obviously that all voices are brought and that the two communities can learn from each other, this idea of cross-fertilization. It's important to hear from your views, Christina, about what is there for the private sector. So what you see as important in terms of improving these partnerships. Why is for the private sector relevant this private sector engagement and this kind of dialogues being addressed within the aid effectiveness agenda? So this is not a discussion being held outside the effectiveness agenda. It's within the principles of the aid effectiveness. So we are eager to hear from you. I think that you'll speak in Spanish. Yeah. So if you need, you can take your headset.
I appreciate so much the opportunity to make my speech in Spanish. I will leave a few minutes to put your headsets. First of all, I would like to appreciate or to express my gratitude to the OECD for inviting me to participate in this roundtable and to convey Ferrovial's experience in the field of cooperation. If we are ready, maybe I can change into Spanish now. Bien. ¿Ya? ¿Puedo? Ok. Bueno, voy a representar en este diálogo a Ferrovial. No sé si ustedes sabrán que es un operador de infraestructuras de transporte y prestamos servicios a ciudades. Ferrovial es claramente consciente de que tiene un papel muy relevante en el desarrollo de los mercados en los que operamos. Desde el lanzamiento de la Agenda 2030 hemos mostrado un gran compromiso con la contribución a los objetivos del desarrollo sostenible. Nos parece un fantástico marco de actuación vital para el sector privado. Creemos firmemente que la coordinación con gobiernos, con tercer sector y con la sociedad civil de los mercados en los que operamos va a ser vital para nosotros a la hora de poder ofrecer soluciones sostenibles y acertadas en los mercados locales. Ferrovial tiene una gran experiencia en el desarrollo de su negocio basándonos en alianzas público-privadas, las Public-Private Partnerships. Estas alianzas, si nos centramos en el mercado americano, Estados Unidos necesita una modernización de las infraestructuras de transporte. Existe financiación pública, pero no suficiente para cubrir esta necesidad. Hoy, gracias a la coordinación del sector público y el sector privado, disponemos de unos proyectos de infraestructuras, unas autopistas complejas, innovadoras, en las que insuficientes que se han hecho o construido con años de antelación y, sobre todo, disminuyendo los riesgos de los contribuyentes. Este modelo que a Ferrovial le ha funcionado en el mercado americano lo hemos intentado replicar en proyectos de cooperación al desarrollo de la compañía. Nosotros, como he dicho antes, creemos firmemente en la Agenda del 2030 y estamos enfocados en un objetivo de desarrollo sostenible, que es el objetivo de agua. Hemos desarrollado, llevamos 10 años desarrollando un programa de infraestructuras sociales. Desarrollamos o hacemos cooperación internacional, cooperación al desarrollo, en lo que único y lo que mejor sabemos hacer, desarrollar infraestructuras de agua potable en zonas vulnerables de América Latina y África. ¿Cómo lo hacemos? Pues efectivamente a través de microalianzas entre administración pública, que para nosotros es fundamental, el tercer sector local y las comunidades beneficiarias de nuestros proyectos de agua. Sabemos que de esta manera Ferrovial obtiene un claro beneficio, que es identificar la necesidad real del país. ¿Dónde está la necesidad de agua potable y cuál es el proyecto que mejor se adapta a esa necesidad? También hemos descubierto que con estas alianzas que llevamos desarrollando hace 10 años, hemos descubierto que también el tercer sector aprende o tiene o dispone de tecnologías de vanguardia y unos proyectos innovadores que puede después replicar en el terreno. Las administraciones públicas para nosotros es un fuerte aliado en el terreno de la cooperación. Nos detectan la necesidad, pero la administración pública también, una vez que obtiene este proyecto de agua potable, puede destinar sus fondos públicos a cubrir otro tipo de necesidades. Y desde el punto de vista de la comunidad beneficiaria de esta infraestructura de agua, la hacemos partícipe de esta comunidad desde el planteamiento inicial del proyecto. Queremos tener su opinión antes de ejecutar el proyecto y, por tanto, trabaja con nosotros, trabaja en la gestión del proyecto y obtiene conocimiento y capacitación para que después sea capaz de mantener esa infraestructura, ¿no? Dicho así, parece que la alianza, ¿no?, es un entorno win-win para todas las partes, pero sí es verdad que también somos conscientes de que las alianzas con el sector privado muchas veces fracasan. Y fracasan por una serie de motivos. Podría contar de cada una de nuestras alianzas una experiencia en cada uno de los proyectos. Creo que es fundamental, efectivamente, el alineamiento de las expectativas de todos los socios, ¿no? Lo comentaban anteriormente mis compañeros de mesa. Debemos de tener muy claro el objetivo de cada socio, comprender los objetivos y expectativas de cada socio. Es importante también el disponer para el sector privado de este conjunto de principios y directrices planteado por la OCDE, ¿no? Creo que es vital para el sector privado tener claras reglas del juego para poder llegar a tener proyectos de éxito. Es importante pactar una estrategia de salida pacífica de cualquiera de los socios, pero siempre y cuando no pongamos en riesgo la sostenibilidad del proyecto. Creemos importante también una simplicidad de todos los procedimientos burocráticos. Hay que actuar y hay que actuar ya. Parece que la agenda es a 2030, quedan pocos años, ya hemos pasado unos cuantos. Y creo que, así como nosotros en estas microalianzas generamos una firma de convenio empresarial con los socios, creamos unas comisiones paritarias para que 2 representantes de cada socio en esta alianza nos reunamos 3, 4 veces al año para discutir problemas técnicos del proyecto, presupuestarios, tomar decisiones claras en el proyecto de cooperación. Creemos que así generamos un entorno de confianza y transparencia entre todas las partes. Es importante que esta alianza lleve a cabo el proyecto, pero luego también haga un seguimiento de estos proyectos de cooperación a largo plazo. Más temas, pues importante también es poder disponer de un papel de los gobiernos coordinador de todas las partes. Y sería vital para el sector privado disponer de esas prioridades de país en materia de desarrollo, para saber perfectamente en dónde tenemos que enfocar nuestros esfuerzos. Yo creo que estos principios planteados por la OCDE son básicos para animar al sector privado a esta cooperación, al desarrollo, y creo que en esta jornada y en las futuras, de mañana, podremos llegar a establecer, ¿no?, un marco de actuación común que lleve al éxito, ¿no?, de todos estos proyectos.
Bien, muchas gracias. Thank you. I think that now we have a perspective both from the public, private sector, but also from the civil society. We are running late, but I would like to pick some questions, and if you could be very short and going directly to the point. All the panelists has done very well managing time. The problem was that we started late, and so we would like to have maybe 3 questions from the public to our panelists. We have in the second row.
Hi, I am from the Embassy of Pakistan. First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. It has been a wonderful session. We've heard a lot of good ideas. My question centers around the debate that we've had today, which is aligning expectations between the private sector and the government. We've heard a lot of talk about how it is good and what good it can bring about. But how exactly are we to align these expectations? If you could talk some more about this.
Another question? In the third row. And then...
Ya. Cristina, gracias por la presentación. Me gustaría conocer como si ustedes realizan o si hay la posibilidad. Mi nombre es Marilyn Molina de Honduras, del Ministerio de Relaciones de Cooperación y Promoción Internacional. Quería saber si existe la posibilidad de que también se hagan este tipo de alianzas con Centroamérica, exacto, Honduras, o triangular con la región que es centroamericana y el Caribe. Y si existe la posibilidad, pues le extendemos una invitación, porque sí es de mucho interés a nosotros todo lo que se refiere a infraestructura. Es uno de nuestros pilares del programa presidencial de Honduras 2020, que tenemos ese programa. Y sí nos gustaría como tener un poco más de información. Asimismo, a lo que es el señor Andrew, Smith, el señor Smith, es que no leo bien de aquí, de Canadá, sí me gustaría como un poquito más si el tipo de alianzas que nosotros podemos hacer con Canadá, o si existe alguna mecánica de alianzas que se hacen con ustedes acerca de APPDs, ¿verdad? Eso sí me gustaría conocer, ya que con Canadá lo hacemos empíricamente, pero sobre la cooperación bilateral, que es la que tenemos, pero no sabemos muy bien cómo hacerlo, el papel del sector privado. O sea, que eso es básicamente lo que venimos, ¿no? A saber cómo podemos potencializar esas alianzas o cómo las han realizado con otros países. Eso es básicamente mi pregunta, porque sí me encanta conocer de cada país, pero no queremos ver cómo llevar algo para nuestro país, que ese es porque estamos participando el día de hoy, conocer y qué podemos hacer a futuro. Gracias.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. This is Gopal Tiwari from the Federation of Nepal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I just want to add 2-3 points, just because I'm quite excited to hear from Uganda, because they are also quite successful in terms of, expediting public-private partnership through public-private dialogue, which is very much crucial and also very useful in Nepal, which is similar to Uganda and Nepal. And that has, when it comes to public-private partnership, there has to have some analysis of the private sector benefits, how development cooperation is institutionalized, engaging the private sector. Because development aid is given to the government, it is in government treasury, and then in the name of the private sector. If it is not coordinated properly based on the private sector needs, it cannot be really materialized properly to spread over the benefits, spill over the benefits to the local on the ground level. Because private sector is the one to create wealth, to create jobs, to pay revenue to the government. There is always a debate about tax payment to the government. That's right, because they always want, that is ultimately goes to the national coffer, whether it is you paid less or high tax, that is also at the local level that is being utilized for business operation and expansion and create more enterprises. Another one is that I understand that from Canadian speaker, which is very building trust between the public and private sector, it still needs to be worked out. Then development partners can be a critical one to facilitate between the public and private and make that aid effective if we coordinate properly for effective development cooperation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I think that we will take 2 more questions, and we have to give the floor to our panelists. We have, again, in the third row, second row, well, we'll take, because we don't have the chance to have two rounds. So I will take a few more questions, and then we have a final round. So please.
Good afternoon. I'm Beverly Longid. I'm with the CSO Partnership for Development Effectiveness. I would still like to hear more about success stories on private-public partnerships, especially its positive impacts on local communities or sectors, constituencies on the ground. Second, I would like to give a reaction on the issue of who's afraid of profits by our speaker from Canada. I don't think it's an issue of being afraid of profit, but how private sector gets the profit. More often than not, these are results of big businesses depressing wages and actually even getting raw materials, resources at very cheap cost. Second, more often than not, the operations of private sector actually results to violations of people's rights, including displacement of communities, dislocation, and at the same time, destruction of the environment. So I think these are valid concerns that we have to address in any kind of partnership, and not only an issue of being afraid of profit, but how do they get the profit? Thank you.
Donc, merci bien. Moi, je suis de la société civile, je viens du Mali. Je remercie tous les panélistes. Je n'ai pas beaucoup appui du partenariat société civile, secteur privé et dans le développement. Je ne sais pas s'il y a vraiment des exemples concrets qu'on peut me dire et ça peut servir de leçon. Je ne vois pas beaucoup le rôle de la société civile parce que la société civile n'a pas d'argent, mais la société civile a ses capacités. Et au niveau du partenariat, au niveau de l'État ou bien des communautés locales, je ne sais pas comment le secteur privé s'implique dans les projets de développement. Concrètement, parce qu'il y a des documents cadres de politique de développement, des documents de stratégie de développement pour chaque pays, au niveau local, au niveau national. Et comment le secteur privé s'intègre dans ces politiques. Merci.
And one final question, here again in the third row. I'm sorry for all the other participants that have asked the floor. We have to stop here, please.
Thank you. I'm a member of the Independent Accountability Panel of the United Nations Secretary General. And thank you very much. It was a very great presentation. And we published a report last September. It presented to Secretary General on the private sector engagement in health. And one of the things, particularly the colleague from Uganda, I really like the way how you present the way that the banana case. I think it's very important to make sure that the both parties, they also engage and build on accountability. Because in some cases, accountability is missing. People sometimes misuse the word of accountability. And I really praise the Canada was actually supporting in different levels to our report. We looked at globally different countries' engagement, and one of the countries really works support in different small levels and accountability mechanisms. However, more has to be done, and OECD doing the great job, and some new guidelines coming up. However, I really appreciate if panelists will say couple of words of their view and their stand on accountability, particularly when you talk about the private sector. It's really challenging when you have a big corporations and they have a headquarters, they have one accountability mechanism, and some countries level, the accountability mechanism is different. So how you tackle this very challenging issue? Thank you.
And definitely it's a key issue. We have had the chance to hear from you. I'm sorry again for not being able to have more questions, but now having a quick reaction from our panelists, we can start by Fred.
Thank you. I think I will start with the last question of accountability. There is no question about that. Accountability is critical. In the private sector public dialogue, you need to be open to each other. You need to have mutual accountability. If you are asking the private sector to come on the round table to contribute to development, you must indicate what is it you are expecting from him and how are you going to account for his actions. And likewise, the private sector should also be willing to account for their actions in this relationship. And there is no question about that. And I agree with you, if you have a multinational institution where the headquarters have a different accountability issue, and then at a country level you have a different issue, there is always that challenge. But what normally happens, or what we do in most of our engagement, we agree on the national accountability systems. And this is what we always follow when we are doing the accountability as far as the actions are undertaken. And also, if you have to fight against the game you talked about of a cat and a mouse, accountability, transparency is critical. Because if it's not there, then that game will still happen. The private sector will keep on suspecting government, government will keep on suspecting the private sector. So there is a need for transparency, there is a need for accountability for this to take place. I appreciate the comment from my colleague on the analysis of the private sector engagement. True, because you are dealing with two parties. One party is interested in profit, another party is interested in service delivery. These two are at a tangent. They can never meet. But you must do some analysis to make sure that you meet the needs of both. And if you don't do that, trust me, the private sector will not come to you, and even the government will not come to the private sector. But they need to do the analysis. You find a middle point. You find how can you share this. After this morning, we are talking about de-risking. How do you share the risk and etc. There you are able to move on and discuss on the round table. I only wanted to comment on those two, and I think the others, my colleague will comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. And now, Huta, following the same order.
Okay. I'd like to pick up the question on examples in terms of collaboration between public and private sector. You know, and what comes to my mind, you know, reflecting the years of my ministry is very much kind of the work that has been done in the textile sector. You know, I mean, when Minister Müller came into office, you know, at that time, you know, Rana Plaza happened. So he was truly committed to say we have to bring those players to the table because we won't be able to drive development in respective country, you know, very much focusing on Bangladesh at the time, you know, without the private sector, you know, without the private sector actually in our own country and within Europe, but in particular those textile industries in the region. And, you know, what has worked out very well and was needed was in the beginning bringing everybody to the table. The industry players, the government, the NGO scene, to create trust that was needed, right? To create trust and then to agree on a framework in terms of how to monitor progress on, so to be accountable on, you know, measures that have been agreed. And I think what was really the tipping point was there was a lot about discussion about self-commitment, and it was paired up with a discussion like carrot and stick, right? If you won't move, you know, we will actually think about, you know, legislation, you know, coming into place, you know, in our own country and driving it within Europe. So that very much helped a very, you know, actually creating a bit also about peer pressure among the private sector to, you know, increase and improve the labor situation in the countries, the role of the women that are very much in this sector. But I think we would all be happy if we would have found the golden bullet. So, but I think there are lots of examples that worked out to be shared, and maybe that's actually a good feedback to the donors to be more actively in terms of, you know, sharing what has been working and what the lessons learned are. Thank you.
Thank you. Vitalis.
Thank you very much. I think a couple of things I wanted to just put out there. The first thing is we need to look at the new generation of development agenda with a different lens and move away from that private sector has no stake in development. And therefore, I'm one of those guys who do not agree with the notion that present a business case for development. It is not there. You will never see it. There is no profit in development. But you are a citizen of this world. That is the reality. If this environment is not protected, it's not saved, there will be no sustainability. So we all really have to invest in it. And I think that is why the global partnership has moved mountains to ensure that private sector is also a development actor. That is why I think we also discussed the notion that how do we leverage resources to ensure that all stakeholders become responsible actors. So I think one way of moving this forward really is how we transform how the development agenda at the country level. Because development agenda is not just a government issue anymore. It is all the stakeholders. So the responsibility of governments at the national level is indeed to create relevant structures and policy framework that mobilizes everybody, that recognizes their responsibility and enables them to perform those responsibilities. Because government alone, we've known, especially for us in Africa, where government has been our father, our mother, and all our providers. We know where we've ended. So it is high time that we open the environment and let everybody play. And that calls for a new mindset in how we look at things, how we see So how we look at private sector as an actor, but not as somebody you need to consult to get their views on something, as not like Fred was saying, not as a source of money bag for revenues or leveraging, but really as a source of development actor that needs to be consulted, needs to contribute, and needs to play their role in enabling conditions. I think that, for me, is very important. I think the other issue that we also need to talk about is the concerns that were raised by my colleague Beverly, that yes, there are indeed some private sectors that are really not very good examples to be used in terms of development impact. And I think the challenge that, therefore, we have is how do we, one, set the framework and the principles to try to standardize the approaches and actions, but secondly, how do we make it very expensive to behave in a certain way that does not promote development? And lastly, I think, is the issue of enabling accountability, because accountability should not just be seen as a natural process or a natural occurrence. You really have to engage in changing the mindset. You have to invest in the institutional framework. You have to engage in processes and mobilize and socialize people around these issues. That is the only way to address accountability. Otherwise, if it becomes an enforcement instrument, it becomes very difficult, and private sector is very good at avoiding enforcements if there is no incentive towards that. So we have to be very, inclusive in how we manage this thing.
Thank you. Now, Drew.
Thank you. So those were some good questions, and I think many of them have been answered. Just on the question of Honduras, I'd be happy we could talk after the session if you want about Canadian bilateral development assistance in Honduras. I'm not an expert in our work in Latin America, but I can certainly point you in the right direction. I think when we talk about the private sector here, and the issue of profit, and it's something, I think, I wasn't trying to be glib when I said we shouldn't be afraid of profit. I wasn't suggesting we shouldn't be afraid of, the negative externalities that come from bad private sector behavior. That was hardly where I wanted to go with that. But my point is more that profit can be a motivator. It can be an incentive for innovation. It can be an incentive to take risk and move in new directions. And to the extent that engaging with the private sector and acknowledging that the private sector is motivated by profit, then maybe we can find some positive outcomes and generate public goods from that kind of engagement. So and I think when we're talking about the private sector, I'm not sure that development is not profitable. I think that we could probably have another week's worth of discussion on that one. But I think that we shouldn't restrict our view of the role of the private sector simply to their injection of cash into the system, to put it very bluntly, but more, I think, acknowledge the fact that there's expertise, there's knowledge that can be brought to bear to development issues, and that exist within the private sector. One example that comes to mind is it may be quite obscure, but the Global Trade Facilitation Alliance that supports the Bali Trade Facilitation Agreement, where donors have been funding the World Economic Forum to support the WTO in the application of the development assistance that is attached to the Bali Agreement, where developing country signatories have access to support to reform their trade facilitation systems to thin borders. And what we discovered in discussions with partners and with WTO and others is that the private sector has an incredible amount of knowledge. Logistics companies and their knowledge of borders and border systems and how long it takes to move a shirt across a border. Take the textile example in Bangladesh, Fruit of the Loom probably knows more about that border and how long it takes to move things across than perhaps anyone in the Bangladeshi border control ministry. So what we tried to do there was to incentivize governments to look at the private sector as a source of expertise, knowing that if they could reform their systems, they would hopefully increase the amount of trade. This also incentivizes the private sector, because if they can work with partners closely to see systems evolve and improve, well, there's, I would argue, some profit and development in that instance, and it's being done in close collaboration with governments. In fact, the donor isn't even engaged except for being the facilitator of the partnership. So just one example, but also an example where the private sector is drawn into, at least upstream, into the partnership because of their expertise, not because of their financial capacity.
Finally, Cristina.
Por responder a la persona de Honduras, vamos a tener a lo largo del día de hoy y mañana para poder hablar de futuras o próximas colaboraciones. Ferrovial, concretamente, ha desarrollado 9 proyectos de agua en Colombia, en zonas vulnerables de Colombia, selva tropical principalmente, y 7 proyectos en Perú. No hemos operado en Honduras, pero la colaboración es hacia toda América Latina. Por otro lado, sí querría un poco linkar el tema de cuál es el beneficio de este desarrollo para el sector privado. La Agenda 2030 es universal y afecta a todos. Nos está planteando una serie de retos globales que desde el sector privado o los atacamos o tendríamos alguna duda sobre la continuidad de nuestros negocios en los mercados. Es claramente, creo yo, el beneficio de este apoyo al desarrollo, ¿no? El más directo y que afecta económico, por supuesto. Nada más.
Well, thank you. We could spend the entire afternoon with successive rounds, but we have 2 other panels. Some of the speakers and the questions from participants mention also the how to share risks and de-risk and how to build trust. It's precisely the topics for the next two panels. I'd like to thank our panelists, and without further ado, we will move to the second panel, giving the floor to Henri Bernard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all the panelists. Stay with us because we are moving seamlessly into our next session, where we're going to discuss generating benefits for those left furthest behind. Let me call on stage now Mr. Kim Betcher, Director for Knowledge Management at the Center for International Private Enterprise, and the panelists for our next session. Please join us on stage. I think there's a little sign that says, right. I can see yours.
I can see mine, yeah.
I think we're all set, so without further ado, let me hand over to our chair and also acknowledge the role that CIPE has been playing with various bodies of the OECD over many, many years, tackling various issues related to private sector involvement in development. Kim.
Thank you to the OECD for hosting us. We now turn immediately to the heart of some of the issues in operationalizing private sector engagement. Namely, how do we generate benefits for those left furthest behind? How do we manage risks and deliver effectively? Now, this morning, I had the great fun and pleasure of participating in the conversation of the Business Leaders Caucus. We had a very lively debate among a diverse group of business leaders who all care about development. And we managed to agree on some points of importance from the business perspective, and some of that literature is available. That statement is available in the back corner if you haven't seen it. And I do hope you have an opportunity to speak to some of the members of the Business Leaders Caucus who are with us today. Now, what I love about the Global Partnership is that it brings together those of us from different sectors to work on common challenges. And so while I know what the business perspective is, I'm very interested to hear what other perspectives and issues may be that we have not yet addressed. And so our panel today is very deliberately composed of experts from different sectors to bring their different perspectives and skill sets to the conversation. And we're going to crowdsource wisdom from everyone here in this room. So please get your phones ready for the online polling as I introduce the panel. In the order in which we will begin our conversation, we have, first of all, Mr. Anwar Hussain, the Joint Secretary from the Ministry of Finance in Bangladesh. Then we have Mr. Pierre Abar from the Trade Union Advisory Committee to the OECD, and he's the General Secretary. To my left is Stephanie Garcia Vangul from BBVA Microfinance Foundation. On my right is Mr. Günter Schall from Austria, from the Development Agency, and who is also chair of Private Sector Engagement Group of the Donor Committee on Enterprise Development. And fifth, we have Jeroen Quackenbos from Oxfam, and he is a Senior Aid Policy and Development Finance Advisor. I myself am from the Center for International Private Enterprise. As we are scaling up private sector engagement, I believe it's important we do so in a way that is both effective and principled. The task of our panel is to talk about the opportunities and the challenges. How do we find that balance, that happy marriage, if possible, between achieving a development purpose, such as inclusive growth, and finding viable business projects and partnerships where we de-risk private investment? How do we operationalize these kinds of partnerships and engagement? And how do we then keep track, hold ourselves accountable to make sure that we are seeing the results for the private sector, for development, and that we're scaling up in an effective way? I turn to all of us, the audience participants, first for the online polling questions. And do we have an instruction from the joint support team? No. All right. We will go to the panel then. Polling is up. And how do we access the voting? www.menti.com. All right, so we have the first question will be up that you can deliberate and answer at your leisure, and then we'll have a second question we come to later on. So while you're doing that, I'm going to turn, first of all, to Mr. Hussain from Bangladesh. And the question that I'm posing to our first speakers is, how can purpose-driven finance be used to de-risk private investment and partnerships to generate development outcomes to reach those furthest left behind alongside financial returns? What are the main opportunities and challenges for businesses and governments?
So, thank you, Kim. Respected panelists and distinguished guests. Since we have a limited time, so I will be very brief, and let's go to the business directly. I think government strategically can manage the private investment risk in two ways. One is, reducing the cost of the doing business for the private sector, and another is, sharing the risk or managing minimizing the risk through legal or, financial framework and incentives. So I'll touch upon 2 or 3 major points here. That first of all, I feel that if you reduce the private investment, then you have to have a build trust among the key stakeholders. So I think we should have a regular and inclusive dialogue within the key stakeholders like government, development partners, and private sector. Unfortunately, in our country, in Bangladesh, we have a vibrant platform for engaging private sector with the key stakeholders. And last year, GPEDC has actually sponsored a private sector engagement workshop in our country, where all the key major players in the business community, financial institutions, development partners, and like CSOs, NGOs, and development practitioners were there. And there was a nice discussion, and we figured out some challenges then for which we actually, in the government, we are actually now working on it. So secondly, if I say that to minimize the risk or to address the risk of private sector, there should be easy access to information. Because informational, failure or the asymmetry of information is causing a huge, risk for the private sector in investment. And since government has a, administrative network in the ground, at the ground level, so government can provide and give easy access to the private sector, which actually help to reduce their, risk. So I would definitely would conceptualize a platform like where government, private sector, and development partners can have access to the information that they need for their designing their projects, because every local issues has their unique niche features. There's some dynamics, local dynamics. So if they don't have the educated information, then private investment may get into risk. May fall into risk. Secondly, another issue that I would say that there is a ample opportunity for private sector when government and development partner sponsored skill development program is in place in the home country, because if you don't have a skill and manpower, the private investment will not get into their optimum result of profit or shared value that we are expecting. So skill enhancement program is very important one, and luckily Bangladesh government with the support of couple of development partners have a massive skill enhancement program, and that will definitely reduce the cost of the private sector in terms of their time and in terms of their training the people. So lots of savings for the private sector, which actually helps to reduce their risk. And I can also cite another example, like the ICT development or infrastructure in the ICT sector, it has huge and enormous impact in our private investment, and that has been contributed by government initiative as well as development partners support. And I can remember it, and I can cite an example like Bcash. It's called Bcash. It's a venture that huge impact in mobile banking system, which was supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and government gives legal and support for that mobile banking system. And later on, a lot of companies move around that sector, and it has a huge impact particularly for the marginalized section of the society. Those about for whom we are actually talking about, like the furthest behind population or base of the pyramid. That ICT framework also helping in the expanding the e-commerce, where actually we can target the women and as well as the young entrepreneur who doesn't have much capital and cannot compete in the market. So that backbone with the ICT framework, ICT infrastructure, e-commerce facilitate a lot of opportunities for the young and women entrepreneurs. Then finally, I would say, since the time is constrained, finally I would say that one thing has to be understood by the development partners as well as the private sector, that local issue is very important. The social culture, our values, our cultural issues are very important for for the marginalized people whom we are targeting for the for entrepreneurship. Those who are actually very sensitive to the values, and social capital and social values. So that the partnership among the private sector, the development partners, as well as the government, there should be understanding of the local issues, need to understand the people, need to understand their demand and their behavioral as well as their social and political response. So for the right now, I will stop. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for reminding us that this process of engagement really starts with a national and locally driven process like you're leading in Bangladesh. With the same question, I now turn to you, Mr. Abar.
Thank you, and thanks for giving the opportunity for a little trade union moment here. I'm representing the TUAC, which basically is the umbrella organization for OECD-based trade unions, but I'm also here participating in close partnership with the ITUC, the International Trading Confederation, which is here in this room, in that corner. That's the Trade Union Caucus is over here. You had a business caucus this morning. We have our group over here. And it's always difficult to engage a conversation, particularly on this notion of de-risk, because I'm a bit. I have some questions and on how to frame that. It's a different conversation because I don't know what the private sector is, or rather, there are different animals in that group. You have the SMEs, you have domestic companies, you have MNEs, OECD-based MNEs. On the finance side, you have asset owners, pension funds, but you have also a myriad of intermediaries in the group. So it's always difficult to engage into a discussion where you talk about the private sector, and especially if you want to share best practices. It does not make life too easy. Secondly, this is not necessarily a complete innovative conversation. In many cases, we are talking about supporting business, supporting private sector development, and that's not new. For the last century, across OECD and developing emerging economies, you've had subsidies for businesses, tax incentives. You have various arrangements to support the promotion of businesses. On our side, let's say that, and I'll come on this notion on how to de-risk these transactions, de-risk those projects. Let me first perhaps call for a de-risk. There's one easy answer, and that is perhaps not the answer that you're waiting for, but it's how to de-risk the social risk. and the human right risk. And there, before me and after me, there is a simple answer here, is to, whenever you have a public-private engagement cooperation program, make sure it is harnessed on robust, responsible business conduct standards, human rights standards. Okay, we're not going to reinvent the wheel here, but there are, as we mentioned, it's mentioned before, the OECD guideline for multinational enterprises, the due diligence standards, the ILO tripartite declaration, and so on. It's all mapped out. We know the instruments. Just make sure that these instruments are effectively used, not only on a voluntary basis, but are contractual. They are part of a contract, so that there is real enforcement. And for a good reason. When you build a dam, I mentioned earlier example, but when you build a dam in Malawi, when you, with private sector money, when you set up a special economic zone in Haiti, it so happened that we, the trade unions, we know that workers on the ground have no clue about or awareness about their labor rights, and often they are working into fairly appalling situations. So social de-risking, we know the agenda is paved, we know it. For financial de-risking, there I'm a bit more skeptic, if I may. You can de-risk developing countries. I mean, there's a low-hanging fruit, which is that many developing countries have a sovereign risk rating, which is simply unjust. Okay? Investing in Africa, investing in Asia is seen as, well, super risky compared to investing in OECD countries. So there is a lot of work. The G20 did some work on that front to try to help redress this bias against developing countries. When you're an investor, you should indeed have a proper picture of the risk that you're facing. And on that front, perhaps there's much to be done. For the rest, if you understand de-risking by reducing risk, I think the issue is more how to better allocate risk between the public and the private parties. That's in the blended finance principle. That's principle 4B, I guess, how to ensure. And that's a classic. You should allocate risk to the party which is the best in place to manage that. Unsurprisingly, from a trading point of view, and NGOs will fully agree, we see always a big risk that if you clearly misallocate the risk, you often misallocate them in the wrong direction, and classic situation where you socialize the losses and you privatize the profits. I think in the allocation of risk between public and private, and sorry to go into generalities, but these are really key principles, is that there is clearly a limit to what a private party can absorb in terms of risk. When you look at the conversation on climate change, you will see that very often private parties, businesses are very happy to invest into climate mitigation, okay? But when it comes to climate adaptation, there's no one to be seen, because it's less profitable. It's more volatile in term of investment. So from there, and I'll finish on that, perhaps two questions. You know, I'm French, you ask me a question, I come up with an answer with two questions. One is, in this conversation is, classic question is, who is in the driver's seat? Okay. And the second question for me is, how indeed do we build trust? So for the first question, who is in the driver's seat? I don't know. Okay, we are not naive, but I don't believe in partnership of equals. Like, okay, you are I'm government, you are business, we're going to work together hand in hand. There's always one who is actually in control of the situation. There are basically three routes, and it all depends, and there you will see who is in the driver's seat. You have in engaging private sector engagement in project development project. One is traditional, old style, so I'm using, for purpose, old words, uncool, non-innovative initiatives which are based on traditional public procurement, okay? This is where government is in the driver's seat. You still have business involved into the project, but government is in the driver's seat. When you build a bridge on a public procurement project, public administration has engineers, public administration knows how to effectively build that bridge. The second route is public-private partnerships. There, and beyond that, you have pure private concessions. In PPPs and concessions, it's a business who is in the driver's seat. To build a bridge, when a government perspective, you don't need any engineer. You don't need to know how to build a bridge. You just need lawyers who can
decrypt the 500 pages contract, which is the norm of a public-private partnerships. I'm not, actually at this stage, I'm not saying I'm for or against one of the options. I'm just making what is the intent, who is in the driver's seat. So from there, and I'll finish on how to build trust, I would suggest perhaps 3 avenues for building trust and ensuring trust in how we allocate the risk. One is we may want to make sure in a development perspective that any public-private partnership, any project involved private sector does not come at the cost of brain drain in the public administration, weakening public government, and so on. It should be a win-win situation for public authorities, for government, both in terms of expertise, retaining expertise within public administration, and also working hard on integrity standards. The second question is accountability has been mentioned many times. Accountability, particularly of the intermediaries, those who are in project developments, the asset managers, the fund managers, the business itself. We were in a world that was simple, public on the one hand, private on the other. With the proposition to move toward more blended arrangements, you are making things more complex, manageable, but more complex. And it does raise the standards in terms of accountability, particularly for those who are in the investment chain, asset managers and so on, and business. And third, and not least, from a training point of view, that's social dialogue. Ensuring that you do engage, and I'm not the first one, I won't be the last one to bring that up, ensuring that at every step of the process, you do engage with unions, you do engage with local communities of the projects. And engagement is not just about communicating. It should be a contractual engagement. It's not just about, okay, I am consulting you on your views. They should actually be in the decision-making process. So giving substance to social dialogue is essential. And with that, also obviously based it on international instruments, such as the ILO core labor standards and so on. Thank you.
You raise a number of excellent points. I particularly appreciate your helping us to unpack the idea of de-risking. There are different types of risks, and there are risks to the private sector. There are social or rights risks. Government faces risks. So thank you for that. And now, once more with the same question, it's time for a private foundation perspective from Ms. Garcia-Vangel.
Thanks, Kim. I thought I'd build a little bit on what was said earlier. I think it would be helpful. I don't know enough about the public sector. I do know about our experience in having public-private partnerships. So I think it would be helpful to, if I may take a step back on how you start this. And normally you're trying to answer a question or resolve an issue. So you're looking for impact, right? To resolve impact. And it can be in different ways. And I think in the earlier panel we had an experience from Ferrovial in Spain, which is a different type of operation. So for me, and I apologize in advance if I'm summarizing this public initiative too much, but I would see 3 types of initiatives. One is the government hires you as a private institution because you're an expert in building dams, and they hire you to do and to solve an issue on related to water. The second type of relationship would be CSR. So you private institution in your CSR strategy are able to freely give your expertise to the government to support a project. And the third would be impact management, where it's sort of a combination of both. And I think that next room is focusing on that strategy, and that's where we are experts in. And therefore, the incentives and the way of working with the government will be different in each case. And I think we've got a great example in Bangladesh on bcash, where this partnership on impact investing has done, great impact and has really helped a lot of very vulnerable people get access to form of financial services. So for us, if I may take that example, which is the one I know best, for us the main issue really is sustainability. And the thing is, the government normally comes in 4 years, with the program of that, if I may, policy or politicians of the time. They come in 4 years to solve an issue and then they leave, right? And the private institutions are left with something to resolve. And many times these issues are not, or the project itself is not sustainable. So for us, I think it really is sustainability in the sense of timing. So we are here in the long run, and the government may not necessarily be, although in principle it should be. Second of all, costs. How do you diminish costs? How do you reduce them? Goes to the point on allocating risk correctly. And there's, of course, access to technology and scale. So those would be the next two big issues you would face. And the third one would be incentives, and it goes again to some other points that were raised, which is who's in the driver's seat, right, and what's your incentive. And I would expect normally when there is a public-private partnership that we talked earlier in the prior session about aligning interests. I would go one step beyond. It's not only aligning interests, it's aligning incentives. So how do you structure that deal in order that the incentives of all parties, may they be smaller or less involved in the project, ensure that the objective that you want to reach actually gets resolved. And I want to quote an example that we had. So, for example, in our case, we work in Peru, and we wanted to help Peruvian vulnerable entrepreneurs to save more. It's really hard for very poor people to save, right? It's not easy, it's costly, it's difficult to access banks, they don't trust banks, goes to the point on trust. And we spent 4 years trying to find the best way to help vulnerable people in Peru to save. And in the end, after looking at different options, when we started, we thought the issue would be, people don't have access to banks. It's very far away, and it's difficult in terms of regulation to open a deposit account. It takes time. So we thought it was more of an operational risk. And when we went further down the project, we realized the main issue we had and clients were facing was trust. They just didn't trust financial institutions. They did want to save, but they didn't trust our banks to do that. So we developed a whole financial literacy program, which took us 4 years. We came to an end where it was a very active and very dynamic and fun program. And the funding left, the government changed, and that's where it got stuck. And for us, it's not sustainable to continue developing that program. So we identified a need, we set up the partnership, we got a project out of it, we developed a program with the whole IP behind it, but we couldn't do anything with it in the end. And we've gone back to the government to try and see how we can further that project, but we're still stuck, if I may. So I think that there are a lot of items that we mentioned, but for me, sustainability, if we want private companies to be involved in the long run, we need to have these projects to be, these projects need to be sustainable in all senses. That's really my point. Thank you.
Thank you, and I really like the way you stress sustainability of projects. So sustainability has many important meanings. Well, we've had a really hard-hitting set of 3 initial speakers, and we have more firepower yet to come. I would pause for a moment to look at our results from the first online poll. They're close, but there are definitely 3 issues that stand out among the 5. And as you can well see, they are to uphold environmental, social, and governance standards, to reach underserved markets, the frontier markets, and to target overall welfare, economic, social, and environmental. So these are some things that are on your minds. I know we're trying to play catch up on time, so very briefly, I'll turn back to the first 3 speakers and see what your impressions are of these findings or these issues. Starting with Mr. Hossein.
Yeah, I mean, government's main role is to maximize the social welfare for the well-being of the or the well-being of the people. So, and government always looks any project from the perspective of social and environmental, impact, as well as financial impact is important, but government's perspective is quite different from the private sector, definitely. But if we have a good, balance with the private and public sector, that would be enormous impact on the lives of the marginalized population, the boys of the pyramid. And for the 2030 agenda, if we need to achieve that target, we have to have, like in our estimate, around $928 billion additional financing required. And we are, according to our estimate, mostly we are thinking that private sector will be the main contributor to this financing. So private sector is very important in our development trajectory and development effort, and definitely we will try to maximize the social welfare through engaging private sector with the perspective of social and environmental issues, as well as definitely the shared value of maximizing their profit. Thank you.
What do you think, Mr. Abar?
Well, it's difficult to say because that's only part of the discussion. I mean, indeed, what is development? What is the purpose of development finance? If you look at all the 5 propositions, they're all very, they're all right ones. The question is, indeed, what is the mandate? What should be the purpose of development finance? I tend to believe, ensuring that the private sector should operate according to standards that is not specific to a purpose development oriented finance. That's a self-justifying goal, whether it's development oriented or not. But it is true, it is a key instrument that financial sectors should they have a role. The problem is that if you ask a business to obey by standards, you need yourself to have the knowledge, you need yourself to have the skills, and so on. So the only point I would want to bring here is that development purpose finance again involves a lot of different animals, and you have public financial institutions, development finance institutions, as such. You have private investors, and within private investors, you have a particular category of investors that we, the labor unions, are quite close to, and that's large pension funds. And for these people, large pension funds, to have the capacity to understand the investment chain, to understand to understand risk that are specific to emerging economies, that are specific to developing countries, and so on. But it often happens they don't have that capacity. Basically, I mean, quite paradoxically, they have to rely on the asset managers and so on. So the only comment I would have then is, yes, I mean, it's a purpose-driven development finance can be used for obviously for various purpose. What is common to all these is this notion of accountability and transparency, and particularly between finance providers, finance intermediaries, and what is important from our perspective, the ultimate owners of capital, asset owners, pension funds, insurance companies, the big ones, and so on behind.
Good. Your reaction, Ms. Garcia-Fangul?
I struggle. I struggle with a couple of them, but I think that I think the first one for me speaks best to what we should do. I mean, if we try to maximize welfare, I think that if we can aim for that target, other things will settle, if I may. Because there's always, when you try to maximize welfare, there's always a negative side to it. There's never only positive impact. There's always some risk or some negative impact associated with it. So if your target is to maximize that, I think you will always go beyond the minimum. For me, ensure the standards would be a minimum bar, let's say, if I interpret the aspect correctly. So for me, targeting maximum impact would be really core in development finance. Yeah.
Super. Well, we will have a second online poll. We're going to come back for questions when we complete the full round here. So please do participate one more time and vote on the second question. Without waiting, I am turning to our next two distinguished speakers.
with our next set of questions. And first, Mr. Schall, the question to you is, how can partners effectively define, monitor, and realize results that support the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals? What is needed to scale these results?
Yeah, thank you very much, Kim. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. It's a pleasure to speak here on behalf of the Austrian Development Agency on the one hand, but also on behalf of other donors. I'm representing here as chair of the DCED Private Sector Engagement Working Group. Maybe first of all I explain what the DCED is, because for some of you this might not be known. So this is a forum of donors, meaning funding and intergovernmental agencies that want to learn from each other about the most effective ways to create opportunities for the poor in line with the SDGs. So we are aiming for practical experience, and our work is based on the experience of donors in private sector development and private sector engagement. But what are we doing with regard to private sector engagement? We are sharing experience between the agencies. We try to disseminate knowledge and guidance on good practice, so meaning what works and what doesn't work, and we try to communicate the evidence. If you're interested to learn more about the DCED, please have a look on www.enterprise-development.org. It's a quite full-packed website loaded with lots of information on private sector engagement and private sector development. What we have seen from the very beginning when we started our work on private sector engagement is that the fact that private sector engagement is much more than access to finance or engaging the financial sector to create this access to finance. Because also the private sector cannot be reduced just to its function to take financial risk. The private sector is much more. The private sector has an innovative source, has an attitude to create new things, has knowledge. This has already been mentioned before, and all these different aspects fall short when we only focus on financial aspects. But also the donors on the other side, and I think this is interesting in the context of your question, cannot be reduced to give financial support. Donors have also knowledge, have approaches, experience how to manage all these activities. And specifically when it comes to the cooperation between private and public actors, this is really what matters. But private sector engagement is also nothing what is completely new for us. In the past, we have already worked on different activities that try to facilitate the dialogue between or the policy dialogue and the dialogue on reforms for the business enabling environment. So there is within the DCED a working group covering all activities on business enabling environment. And donors have developed methods on inclusive market system development. So these programs are are locally driven and field programs which try to strengthen the local private sector in a specific way. This is also nothing new. It's no rocket science. It has been developed during the last 10 years, I would say. And there is lots of knowledge out there. So in our understanding, the new thing of private sector engagement is that donors and the private sector is cooperating on a long-term perspective, and we have joint strategic interests. This requires a strategic analysis and flexibility on at all levels. And of course, we create shared value. That's also something what is important for all of us. So we see when doing so, we see two things: risks we want to avoid, but also opportunities we want to grasp. And we don't want to exchange lots of best practices, outcomes we have reached, because what is of interest for us is the way we go there. So how did we reach the different aims? What was the way how we engaged the private sector, how we worked with the private sector to come to a specific results? In most of the best practices shown around the world, you see happy people, wonderful benefits, but the tricky way how you handled this is ignored in most cases. But this is important also for scaling up, for copying it, and this shouldn't be a secret for the individual actors. But let me first focus on the risks. We have seen one major risk, and this has also been mentioned in different other papers. It's about market distortions. And this is very tricky because private sector engagement is about market distortions, but it's about positive market distortions. But of course there's a flip side, because there could be negative market distortions as well. And we already brought out some years ago a paper on additionality and how to treat additionality in practice. And this is a very helpful paper for the practitioners, but we learned that negative market distortions is much more than assuring additionality. And therefore in November last year we have published this paper here. I brought it for you. It's also on this website of the Donor Committee for Enterprise Development. And I would say this is, on the one hand, a helpful document for the practitioners, that they can just get a flavor of what they are doing in the markets. But I hope that this paper is also stimulating a broader debate on market distortions and what market distortions we want to have, the positive ones, but also the negative ones, because it's not all is good when it comes to private sector engagement. Okay, so let's come to the positive, to the approaches to that what works well. We have seen that lots of donors have similar approaches when it comes to innovation. And one of these innovative approaches is the design thinking approach. And it's about co-creation with the private sector. So we use the innovative source of the private sector to solve a development problem. And there are donors that are more experienced with these instruments, others are less experienced, others are just interested in learning more about design thinking. And what we try to do is create a forum, offer a room for exchange and learning from each other. If somebody is interested, the next working group that is tackling on design thinking will be held in Berlin on the invitation of the German colleagues at the 21st of February. But last but not least, all of these activities and the risk and the opportunities can only be handled if we have proper skills available. Meaning, in our institutions, we need staff that has the skills to work with the private sector, to engage with the private sector, to have a dialogue with the private sector. For sure, in most institutions, there are the specialists, mostly in headquarters, but this is not enough, because what is needed is the skills on field level, because that's where we do where we engage the private sector, where we work with the private sector. So we need formats to roll out knowledge and to develop the skills all over our agencies. And that's a challenge not only for us as a small agency in Austria, but also for the bigger ones. And it's important that we have tackled this, and we have already provided some webinars to help in this context.
Excellent. I do use the DCED website all the time and would recommend it. All right, what do we do to monitor and make sure that we're getting the right results? Mr. Quackenbos.
Thanks very much, and I like this idea of can we take advantage of moral hazard in order to get the right investments in the right place. So Oxfam has engaged through and with the private sector for quite some time now on both our humanitarian and in our development work. On the humanitarian side, we are currently engaging in projects such as piloting a direct cash transfer project with Visa right now to assist people in disaster-prone areas. And on our development side, we have seeded several impact funds of a variety of different sizes, from 1 million to about 20 million, with very different mandates in very different sectors and very different geographic focuses. As a non-profit organization, the demonstration effect that we are generally looking for is very different from the traditional one. We're not looking to show that there is gold in those hills. We're rather looking to see whether we can help the communities already living in those hills access that gold without tearing down all the trees and strip mining the place. So that means that we have a very, very different expectation in terms of the results of our impact investments. And for the most part across the board, whether it's on the humanitarian side or the development side, we generally run across several challenges, and I'd like to highlight 3 of them, which I think are relevant to this discussion. The first being partnerships, the second being impact, and the third being scale. So I think touching upon everything that we're supposed to discuss within this panel discussion. On the issue of partnerships, this can be quite challenging. We take a very principled approach in terms of what kind of partners we would like to work with, both at the fund delivery side and also at the recipient end. And we have a very difficult time in finding the right partners across the board. It's very difficult to find a fund manager who understands why we are putting such stringent environmental and social guidelines in our investment policy to begin with, because they say you're just increasing our opportunity costs and we're not going to be able to make the kind of investments at the scale you want to. And it's very difficult to get the partners that we want to invest in to put in place the kinds of standards and practices that we would like to see in any private sector actor that we partner with, whether it's a small and medium-sized enterprise or micro enterprise or a medium enterprise. And this means that we have a lot of work to do in terms of explaining why we want these standards in place, why they are excessive of existing national standards, and also what is the added value of putting these standards in the first place. And that also translates to an issue of scale later on. And this comes to and this also has an impact on impact, or measuring impact and measuring results. For many of the managers that we work with and many of the partners that we work with, monitoring and evaluation or results assessment is seen as an extractive exercise. It costs a lot of money. We're constantly asking them for information. We're constantly extracting the data from them, and they don't see the value of it. They don't understand what it is actually bringing them to the table, and it's very much a one-sided exchange where we are taking from them all this data and all this information which comes out of their operational costs because we don't have a lot of money for technical assistance for these projects, and also makes it more difficult to find other partners who just don't want to do this. So we have to pass by many investments that we would like to make, but once they see the requirements, they generally either drop out of the program or they turn us down. So that is a huge challenge, and that finally feeds into the last challenge, which is scale. We're in a position where if we cannot find good partners and we cannot demonstrate good results, it is impossible for us to justify scaling up these programs. The problem is the main way that we could deal with the first two issues is if we could achieve scale. If you have a much larger fund, the cost related to monitoring and evaluation becomes a much smaller percentage of that fund, and those costs eventually become negligible as you get bigger and bigger and bigger, and as they become more standardized. But we are in this catch-22 situation where the impact cannot be demonstrated, the partnerships are difficult to identify, and the only way we can get through this is by achieving scale, but we cannot achieve scale if we cannot find the partners we want to work with, and we cannot demonstrate the results that we want to achieve. Thank you very much.
That's so true about measurement being an extractive exercise. Okay, now we have results. We have winners, I think, from the second question. There's quite a spread of answers here. I'm not sure how to interpret them. On the first two, business case and reaching marginalized groups are both important, but don't seem to be the defining debate on this question. And I'm always an optimist, so I like to read the final one, communicating results to promote learning and scaling up. I like to read that as we're optimistic and we're looking forward to success stories, but others are maybe thinking, well, we need more transparency. So what do our speakers think? Mr. Scholl?
Yeah, I would say all the answers are quite right, isn't it? But I think maybe the answers are formulated in a way that you don't know if it's important. So, for example, the business case. Of course, it's important that the business case succeeds in the end for sustainability, but if it's very likely that it succeeds, maybe there is no additionality. So I think that's the reason why it's rated very low. It's not because the business case is not relevant.
I mean, I think all these things are very important. I mean, I'm surprised that aim to reach marginalized groups and realize gender equality isn't higher up there, because I think that's really what we're trying to do with a lot of our projects and programs. And then going back to the issue of results being extractive and transparency and monitoring frameworks, there has to be a conversation at some point with our partners where we can find a way that all of this monitoring and all of this results translates into gains for them. Whether it's market research, whether it's linking them to larger value chains, whether it's incorporating long-term goals as opposed to short-term goals within their business structure and their business modeling. I mean, that's very important, because otherwise this just isn't going to work, and we should go back to just doing grant-based financing and budget support where we have all of these things in place, and there is a clear understanding with our partners of why this is important. So this is an area where we need to do a lot of work, and I think the GPEDC in particular is well placed to formulate that kind of work in order to translate why we want this and why we need to have results when we engage in partnerships of this particular form.
Thank you to all. Now, I have had my own bias in thinking that
private sector panelists are most efficient and make the best use of time. And actually, all sectors here have spoken very succinctly, to the point, and covered a lot of ground. So I appreciate that. And we do have, I believe, a certain amount of time for question and answer. We started late, so could the organizers tell me how much additional time we have for 1 or 2 rounds of questions? All right. I'm encouraged to have 1 round of questions. So from the audience, questions for the panel. I'll collect a few and then get a combined response. Over here, sir. And please identify yourself.
Thank you, moderator, for giving me a chance to really speak about, because we discuss a lot about the risks of the private sector, because I represent the private sector federation in Nepal. And then there are a lot of risks. When we talk about risks, access to resources is also a risk for the private sector. Operational difficulties are also the risks. Regulatory barriers created within the bureaucracy is also a risk. And starting a business is also very much difficult. And the investors are, facing problems and are getting scared away because of the ILO 169 provisions. That is very much difficulties for the international investors and the local investors when ILO 169 was implemented. And there is a lack of governance. Governance is also a risk for the private sector because they put up their private money. They also take the loan from the bank. And ultimately it is affected because of the weak governance. In such a context, how can we really, remove the risks that associated with the capital, hard-earned money of the private sector needs to be protected for bettering the livelihoods of the local people. That is very challenging in the country like Nepal for LDCs. It can be minimized through dialogue, as Bangladeshi colleague already talked about, which is very much successful in Bangladesh through BUILD. I know that we also started in Nepal, but it is not moving smoothly. Though we generated good, we pick up the low-hanging fruits and also implement the reform that helps us to really save the private sector cost. That is, private sector doing business needs to be reduced, picking up some regulatory barriers emerged in the private sector businesses and operation, and making easy access to credit is very much needed. That can be helped out and then facilitated through the development partners with good coordination with the government and the private sector. Okay. These are some of the few issues that I want to share with you.
Thank you, sir. Over to this side, sir, near the wall, or the lady behind you first, and then the gentleman in front.
Hello.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yeah, my name is Alex Nkosi.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Alex Nkosi is my name. I work with ITUC Africa. One of the challenges of private sector engagement through development cooperation is that the private sector, being profit-driven, tends to cherry-pick the countries where to invest. And in this regard, they will choose the middle-income countries where the risks are minimal, at the expense of very poor countries, which, on the account of poverty, also tend to be too risky. And these are the people that are left behind. So my question is, given this arrangement, how do we incentivize the private sector to really drive the development agenda? The SDGs are really there to end poverty, to lift the people in poor countries, and yet the private sector won't go there because it's too risky.
Excellent question about cherry picking of countries and incentives to invest where need is greatest and risk is highest. And now, this gentleman by the wall, please.
Voilà. Donc, merci beaucoup. I will go in French. J'ai suivi la présentation avec beaucoup d'intérêt. Et le tout premier a montré que ce que nous appelons secteur privé, c'est un fourre-tout. Il y a beaucoup de choses. Et depuis les micro, petites et moyennes entreprises jusqu'aux artisans, enfin, il y a tout un mélange d'acteurs dans le secteur privé. Il y en a de même pour toutes les structures qui interviennent. Alors, qu'est-ce que nous faisons? Et pour que vous voyez un peu la complexité de la tâche, je suis Alexandre Rougeau-Clounon à l'Agence nationale des petites et moyennes entreprises du Bénin. Nous, qu'est-ce qu'on fait pour les PME? On essaie d'abord de voir où est-ce qu'elles sont. Parce que c'est trop facile de dire nous intervenons sur les PME sans savoir où elles sont. Donc, on les identifie suivant un certain nombre de secteurs d'activité où le gouvernement est censé parfois agir. Ça nous permet d'avoir quand même les ressources qui sont focalisées sur ces PME et de ne pas aller dans tous les sens. Mais le plus souvent, qu'est-ce que la coopération fait? La coopération soit intervient par région ou intervient par chaîne de valeur ajoutée ou par filière. Donc ça crée déjà un petit déséquilibre. Quand nous commençons de cette manière, nous essayons de voir où est la PME sur le plan gestion, sur le plan commercial, sur le plan management en général. Et maintenant, essayer de faire un programme de renforcement des capacités suivant la taille de la PME, si elle est micro, petite et moyenne entreprise. Il y a toujours le risque de laisser de côté tous ceux qui ne sont pas formels. Alors, la question, c'est de voir comment tenons-nous compte du secteur informel. Qu'est-ce que nous faisons? C'est de dire toutes les PME qui ont une capacité productive, nous les mettons dans notre répertoire, nous les appuyons pour qu'au fil du temps, on puisse essayer de les récupérer et leur permettre de monter en échelle et de se formaliser pour pouvoir profiter de tout ce qui existe comme marché à l'extérieur, sans lesquels ils ne peuvent pas avancer. Alors, une fois qu'on a fait ce diagnostic, on sait à peu près où sont les PME, on fait des appuis matériels, c'est-à-dire on renforce leurs capacités de production avec les maigres ressources que nous avons. Ça veut dire que s'il y a 5000 PME, comme nous on a fait actuellement à la base d'identification, il n'y a pas plus de 100 qui peuvent avoir quelques équipements et améliorer leurs activités. Une fois qu'on a fini ça également, on essaie de voir sur les différentes fonctions de l'entreprise, comment on les amène d'un point A. Beaucoup n'ont pas de documents comptables. Et aucun banquier ne peut s'intéresser à une entreprise qui n'a pas de documents comptables. Et au-delà de ça, nous essayons de voir les entreprises des groupes vulnérables, les activités des groupes vulnérables, tout ce qui est handicapé, tout ce qui est femmes, chefs de ménage, tout ce qui est jeunes qui ont démarré avec des startups auxquelles aucune banque ne veut s'intéresser, toutes les micro-entreprises qui sont en naissance et qui sont souvent mis en rade et qui ne bénéficient d'aucun accompagnement. Et là, nous voyons le côté un peu plus social de l'entrepreneuriat et de l'appui à l'entrepreneuriat.
Okay. Merci, monsieur.
Une
Merci,
minute,
monsieur.
je peux avoir une minute encore? Et enfin, 15 secondes.
I need to make sure I accommodate any remaining questions. Great point about informal sector. I'll take a couple more. I see one here, one directly in the back, and I think that will cover it. So the two questions in the back. And I'll take the lady in the front. But please, quick questions, no comments, so that we can hear from the panelists.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Leo Atapu. I work for African Network for Environment and Economic Justice in Nigeria. I'm also chair of Reality of Aid Africa. I'm interested also in perhaps learning from the panelists. How do you deal with the issue of connivance between the public sector and the private sector, particularly in resource-rich but poor countries? We find a growing trend where there is that connivance between government and the private sector. And then, of course, the people that are further left behind are in serious jeopardy. They are further left behind, and they are unable to engage even the government. Because, again, you find a situation where the private sector are protected, even with the military and everything, to get the resources that they need from the countries, and even profits are shipped out of the countries in a way and a manner that even sometimes undermine policies of government. You know, if you remember the Panama Paper Leak expose, you know, tells a whole lot of story around this. So how can we improve social dialogue that Per espoused in his presentation to see that there is, you know, win-win for both, for all stakeholders? Thank you.
What do we do about negative forms of engagement and how dialogue relates? Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, because looking into the topic of the session, I think it's good that we look the aspect of risks from different perspectives. So, before that, I just want to identify. I'm Mr. Yumnam from the CPD. Yes, when you talk about risks, I think, I just listening to the risks of the private sector, which they assert themselves, but then we also need to see the risks from the local communities or, from the ones who are left behind, those marginalized. Because for them, the risks of involving private sector can be a very different reality, and I think we also need to acknowledge the very fact that many of the marginalized communities all over the world, I think they also suffer, suffered disproportionately because of the corporatization of the development or extractive industry or conflict and I think it's really important that we also see the perspective of how they perceive risks. And for example, we talk about, I was listening to one of the colleagues, talk about the regulation. Regulation has been identified as one of the risks of the private sector. But then when you deregulate, when you create an enabling environment for the private sector to do business, I think it is also taking away the rights of the marginalized community. So I think somewhere when you talk about managing risks, I think we also need to take into consideration of the risks, encountered by the local communities or the ones who are left behind due to the involvement of the private sector. Because an aggressive form of private sector involvement, say for example, a blended financing in pursuance of clean energy, for example, it leads to geothermal energy or wind farms or big dam construction, which will lead to displacement or conflict and a lot of conflict and also unaccountability of the corporate bodies and range of human rights violation. I think these realities need to be taken into consideration, and the risks not only to mitigate only for the private sector, but also the risks which local community will encounter. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for that point. And final question from the lady here.
Thank you very much. My name is Ikra, and I'm with the Embassy of Pakistan. I've been following these discussions with a great level of interest. My special thanks to Ms. Van Gool, and I'm happy to state that my question is directly related to your discussion. I wanted to talk to you a bit more about the very valid point that you raised about sustainability being the biggest challenge that the private sector faces when dealing with these projects. My question is, are there any tools in your policy that help you overcome this challenge? Because if not, then it directly feeds into the bias that already exists against mostly developing countries which face this issue. Thank you.
Great. For our final round of interventions, I will ask each speaker to respond to a selected issue that's been asked, and if you have a final thought to share that now. Let's begin with our trade union correspondent, Mr. Abar.
Wow. Well, it's going to be difficult to. These were mainly comments rather than questions. So I'll spend my little couple of seconds to reiterate perhaps one message is that, frankly, I'm not sure at all. I mean, this is a discussion that really touch upon many different issues, and so that's the problem here. Is that in less than an hour and a half, we've been touching about so many different contexts, several different initiatives. My only call then would be to say, if you want to reach those who call the furthest behind, okay, don't put all the the responsibility on public sector engagement. There are core priorities, which is upholding rights in many countries. There are core priorities around social protection for workers, for communities. So my question is more finding the right place, the right role for private sector engagement, and trying to have a focused conversation. And on that, the 3 points that we want to raise with you is to, if you have a business that is involved in development in a development project, ensure that they meet development effectiveness principles. It shouldn't be only on the one on the public party. Responsible business conduct standards all along the investment chain, from the supply chain, from where the project is, the infrastructure, upstream into toward the investors, so that all are aware, reporting and so on, aware of the risk and then manage the risk. And the third point is ensuring good, fair allocation of risk. A minor point, just to because Jeroen from Oxfam International pointed to that, there are bottlenecks. There are big bottlenecks. It's much easier for an investor to invest into classic bond and to do bread and butter finance, bond equity. It's obviously much more complicated for them to understand, manage, and make good use of more granular risk analysis that involve social risk, environmental risk, and that indeed are framed into development objectives. So there's homework to do on all sides. There's for sure homework to do within the financial sector so that they organize themselves. They've done it in the area of responsible investments, integrating ESG. They should perhaps, and the GPEDC could be a good forum for that. For on the investor side, that they better integrate the development angle, the development aspects in their own analysis, rather than having all the burden put on Oxfam International or development or development finance institutions. Thank you.
From Bangladesh. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. So let me start with the last question that probably from CPD. That's true that there is a risk from the community for whom we are actually targeting, for whom we are actually trying to help them. And in my earlier preliminary discussion, I told them that the understanding of the local issues, the dynamics of the local, community, that is important for the success of the, purpose-driven development finance. So it has to be it's not only a dialogue among the private sector, government, and development partners, as well as CSOs, NGOs, and other key stakeholders like communities. There should be a, part of that dialogue. So, and regarding the question from Nepalese friend, yeah, we have actually, that's true. I mean, there are a lot of challenges there, but, and I also will touch upon the questions from the, another colleague from Africa, probably he was touched on the informal sector, the small and medium scale enterprises engagement. In our experiences like that, we actually build some organizations. Like we have successful organizations like Pollikarmo সংস্থান, PKSF, Pollikarmo Foundation, like BRAC, like SME Foundation. I mean, Joyita Foundation. This is a good initiative that actually, embrace the the marginalized people through providing providing skill enhancement program, advice support, as well as financing for the marginal marginalized population, marginal people. And this engagement with the government, heavily engagement with the government, actually that learning, that information, that lessons, good practices actually helped other development partners to engage on that initiatives. And that is a good nexus of development partner, our initiatives of SME foundations and other institutions is actually very helpful in our driving of for private sector engagement in the particularly for the marginalized population. And one of my friends was asking that how we can incentivize private sector in poor countries. We're also poor countries, but definitely I told that there is two ways that we can minimize the risk for the private sector engagement. One is to reduce the cost of doing their business, and for that we need to have like enhance your skill, enhance the skill of your people. I mean the workforce that has to be done. The private sector will not come and invest their money to train your people. So if you have the program with the support of development partners, that would be great help. As well as if you provide the invite that good technology like for the poorest, like what I share our experience like for bKash or like ICT, a lot of small scale in e-commerce initiatives are moving in our country. I mean, that is a very great success. So this kind of experience, I'm sure that will help you strategizing and incentivizing the investment.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, it's taken. So finally, I've said I'll focus on that. That local issues has to be, the local values has to be taken care of when you put your money, engaging private sector, engaging development partners. You have to understand the value of this local people and their demand, how they react. That has to be understood properly. Thank you very much.
I'll try to be as quick as possible, but I agree with Pierre that there's a lot of issues here. I think that I'm a little bit surprised with some of the questions, to be honest, because it feels as though sometimes when we talk about vulnerable people, as though they're probably smarter than all of us here. I mean, if we look at our entrepreneurs we serve, I mean, they're real fighters, and I think that the only thing we need to be there for is to provide the infrastructure. And I think that, and I go back to my point on sustainability, right? And there's just, it's really complex, and that's why we're all here together, because we need to work together to provide that infrastructure. But to go to your point on informality, I would say microfinance is by far one of the sectors that works most with informal entrepreneurs. I think that, it's been working for over 20 years, quite successfully. So I'd say that we're trying to do our best there. I think that on some countries where perhaps it seems as though the private sector is not going, apparently because it's too poor or not appropriate, I would say that DFIs, so development finance institutions, are definitely steering all their funds to the countries where impact investing is not. And I think that impact investing is currently a 20 billion market of funds that are currently investing in very poor countries with a lot of innovative solutions. And when I say innovative solutions, it's where the government is not going. They're trying to provide alternative solutions in solar lighting, in cook stoves, in all kinds of sectors where microfinance would be perhaps the most traditional sector in the past. In terms of, I think we covered the needs of more vulnerable people. I think we all try in our best way to account for all the needs for all the stakeholders involved, and we most surely miss a lot of their needs, to the point of the gentleman above. I think the last World Economic Forum actually revealed a paper where they talked about how to do impact, taking into account all stakeholders involved. Sure, there's room for improvement, but I think we're getting there. And when we talk about collective development impact, which is the new trend that they're discussing in Stanford and Harvard and other sectors, I think they're trying to make that point where we all collectively need to take into account all stakeholders involved when we target an impact solution. To negative forms of engagement, I wasn't sure I understood. Conniving. Okay, that's a very long discussion. I'm going to skip that one if I may. And to the point on sustainability and bias, I think that for me the real point would be to, and I go back to the point on data, and I'm sorry for that, but I think that to the point where impact and data is embedded into a business solution, that should be covered. So I think that, and that's also where a lot of impact investors are having that discussion, which is impact measurement and management should be embedded into any solution we do, especially if it's a private, Oxfam and the Austrian government. We talked about that already today. But if it's a one-off solution with a one-off management, a one-off, lesson learned, it's just not going to work. So I think, data should be embedded and it should be collective. Those are the two summary of my responses. So.
Great. Mr. Schall.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to contradict on the cherry-picking argument because I have heard this so often, and not only in this audience. Yes, for sure, the private sector is interested in going to places where the risk is lower and the profit is higher. But private sector engagement is not about what the private sector wants to do. Private sector engagement is also about solving development problems, and we engage the private sector that he works on problems and solutions where we see these problems. That's the one thing. And the other thing is that the private sector is present in even the worst places in the world. The heavy crisis, if there is a heavy crisis, the private sector is the institution that still serves to the people when government institutions have already disappeared. So we can find partners to work with, but we still need to know how we work with these partners and how we incentivize these partners to deliver in a way that it serves for the poor, meaning developing business models, developing products that serve for the poor. But there is always an opportunity to create a solution with the private sector. But yes, and I would like to underline what you have said before, of course private sector engagement cannot crowd out governments, the role of the government.
And for the last word, we turn to Mr. Quackenbos.
Thank you. I mean, I guess, you know, we talk about the private sector like it's a monolith, but I mean, it's really not. There's as many different actors as there are fish in the sea and birds in the sky, and that's why partnership is such an important part of any kind of engagement with private actors. I mean, we are a non-profit organization. We work with very scarce funds, which means that we need to deliver results with the money that we have, and we need to be able to demonstrate those results. And when it comes to impact investing, we have found that it doesn't always work, and it doesn't always work well. But when it does work really well. And we have to find, when it does work well, it works really well, sorry. And we have to find what makes it work really well, and we have to isolate that. And we cannot allow pragmatism to erode our principles, which is a huge temptation, because you could just eventually say, okay, just go out and do it, you know, make some money, and we'll see what happens. But that is not an objective, that is not a goal, and it is not a way that you get good actors to realize that there is value in behaving a certain way. Thank you.
Well, our panel has done a phenomenal job. I really thought that I was handed the most difficult topics of all the panels, and so I'm proud of what this panel has been able to do. I will only sum up by saying there were three themes that I saw. One is about how we work together, how we engage, you know, who's driving. The second would be about building trust and accountability mechanisms and standards that undergird trust. And then, you know, third questions around how do we allocate risk, how do we manage risk, and how do we align incentives. And on the topic of aligning incentives, I would make a plug for the OECD Development Matters blog. If you check out OECD's blog today, its incentives are aligned with mine because I have a blog posted there today. So thank you so much to all of you for your input. Thank you.
All the panelists, let's break for coffee for a little bit shorter than expected and resume here at 5:15. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We now are getting ready for our final session of today, Building Trust to Make Private Sector Engagement Work at the Country Level. We have, again, an exceptional panel chaired by His Excellency Mr. Saber Chowdhury, Member of Parliament and businessman from Bangladesh. We'll have with him Madelka McCullough, Global Stakeholder Relations at AES Corporations. His Excellency Mr. Inocencio Garcia Javier, Vice Minister of International Cooperation from the Dominican Republic. Henry McLaughlin, Director for Corporate Development at the Capricorn Investment Group. Maria Lombardo, Head of Responsible Investment for EMEA at Invesco, and Antti Karunan, Head of Unit for Private Sector and Trade, International Cooperation and Development at the European Commission. Without further ado, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And welcome back after that very welcome break, because I think we all needed that break after a very long session. Let me, on my behalf, extend a very warm welcome to all of you. This is the last session of the day. Of course, we have the small matter of a reception after this. But it does address a very important point. Although it's the last session, it's a first prerequisite for any partnership, for any teamwork, and that is trust. Now, just to remind you, and you can see it on the screen above me, the session is titled Building Trust to Make PSE Work at the Country Level. Let me just say it's not just the PSC, it is really the partnership, how we can make the partnership work, which is very important. Because we know that partnerships are not one-way street. You know, it's a two-way process, sometimes even a multi-way process. So it's going to be not just how the partnership can work, but how we can reach out and actively engage all of these stakeholders. So that is the government, that is the private sector, the local communities, investment firms, and we have, of course, a very rich panel to do that. I think one of the underlying themes that we have been hearing throughout the day is the importance of trust and how important is it in terms of it being an underpinning concept. So it's a foundation, it is the basis on which everything is structured. And, of course, without that foundation, the relationship wouldn't be a very productive one. And when we say that, what do we mean when we say that we trust someone? It usually means that we are comfortable, we are confident in relying on them. So the reliance, being able to rely on someone is, of course, very important. And that is the essence of trust, and this is what we are going to address. There'll be also, as you know, there'll be a polling, as we have been doing throughout. So the interaction is not just amongst us as the panelists, it's also with you, and also through you and the polling that we are going to be doing this. So to start off the proceedings and to make our job a lot easier, I'm going to give the floor to Ms. Madelka McCullough. She's Global Stakeholder Relations at AES Corporation, and I think she will do a TED Talk style presentation, which, as you know, is very vibrant, it's very engaging. So it's all yours. Go ahead.
Hello. There we go. So it's 5:15, and I have a question for you. Do you have low battery anxiety? I'm sorry if your phone's battery is at 20% right now. But do you ever ask a total stranger to charge your phone, or even go to a bar, order something, just to use their power outlet? So I think that most of us don't ever think what really needs to happen for us to be able to charge our phone, or, even turn a light switch on. We first dreamed of controlling lightning in one place, and today we have become its master, generating electricity from different sources and then moving it across a complex system of electricity substations, transformers, power cables that connect electricity producers and consumers. We've come a long way, collaborating for cross-border electricity interconnections that enable countries to ask for electricity when they have extreme weather conditions or power plant failures. And not only that, but sometimes these collaborations allow them to keep people alive, safe, and secure. Well, I'm not only telling you this because I work for a power company, but because the evolution of history of electricity has shown that through the power of collaboration, great ideas, the most complex ideas, could be moved and transformed into concrete projects that help save and benefit thousands of people. So, some years back, I found myself in Cameroon, where I was responsible for establishing relations between my company and neighboring communities. My first assignment was around the most important power plant in the country, where communities, despite all the company's effort, felt we haven't, distributed the benefits with them at all. In their own words, they perceived that our being there did not generate any local benefits other than the dust from our vehicles when they hit the road. So, on the contrary, they thought of us as arrogant because our employees had well-paying jobs and a better quality of life, and sometimes this made them feel as second-class citizens in their own lands. This high level of resentment resulted in their collective decision to stop paying for their electricity bills. And it also drove them, in some occasions, to block the main road, also impacting our operations. Now imagine, barricades blocking the roads, big banners with negative messages towards the company, angry women coming back from their plantations, holding their machetes up as they saw our cars passing by, young men banging at our cars. It was a nightmare. And we also had to, deal and manage with the angry local authorities because they had to intervene every time to reestablish social order. Although there were many previous community engagement and other initiatives that helped us generate quick wins and get a better understanding of the local communities, this was certainly not enough. We had to get smart, and we had to do it fast to obtain our social license to operate. So we conducted a needs and resource assessment, and the results showed that the communities would value a project that would help them energize their local economic development. Based on their own resources, they suggested a project that would help them with the adoption of new technologies for the production and the commercialization of plantains, not only in Cameroon, but also abroad. But hey, we are a power company, so what do we know about plantains? Nothing, right? So we needed to find an expert. Aware of our lack of comparative advantage, we looked for the government to get their support and also seek for a trustworthy partner with the high level of expertise and the high level of resources to help us pull a project of this kind. I have to admit, it wasn't easy. We needed to make sure we found the right partner with the right approach and focus towards corporations engaging the private sector. So, a few months later, the AES Corporation signed a cooperation agreement with the German Agency for International Cooperation that included also the participation of the government in order to ensure sustainability and local ownership. Overall, it took us 9 months to implement this project and to kickstart it, but it didn't go without complications. First, the company's internal procedures new to this type of collaboration. Second, the opposition we face from local communities. Third, these communities and these communities associations needed to learn new techniques through learning by doing capacity building, and sometimes that could be challenging as well. And then the environmental policies of the company that imposed that no land could be cleared by burning, as they used to do before. And of course, the local hurdles we found in the local administration. This all caused delays in the implementation of the project, and also fear in the community that, felt that probably these delays could not help them miss the agricultural crop calendar, and so one of their main products in their family basket was going to be impacted. Today, and I'm very proud to announce this, These 75 associations are grouped in 2 cooperative institutions with about 125 members. In the past years, they expanded from 88 hectares to 160 hectares of plantains farms, producing about 18 tons of plantains a year, from which 12 tons are commercialized not only nationally in local markets, but also internationally in neighboring countries like Gabon and the Equatorial Guinea. They are earning around $25,000 per year that provides income for a better standard of living. Thanks to this partnership and collaboration, the community is recognized by the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development as a national pool for best quality plantains. So how did we achieve this? Well, by empowering the local communities to take their futures in their own hands. Also, by building our credibility to the implementation of quick win projects that help us to establish open and transparent channels of communications with the technical expertise of GIZ, of course, the support of the government, and the collaboration among all stakeholders. Well, the point I'm trying to make here is that collaboration and trust generates a virtuous cycle that is very important and central to the implementation of sustainable projects. Now, collaboration is not only organic. Most of the time, our commitment to collaboration comes from our own acknowledgement that we don't have enough. Not enough time, not enough resources, not enough technical expertise, not enough money to do the job that should be done or could be done. And this realization is an extreme force, and it drives us to try to find support, partners, and build trust. To establish this type of trustworthy relationships, in this case for corporations like ours, it required corporate leadership to spend the time to get to know the stakeholders, identify the pressing issues, and share experiences to win-win projects. It also required convening power and credibility to bring all the most relevant stakeholders to the table with different perspectives and expertise, to come up with great project ideas that could, somehow find solutions to the most pressing and challenging issues of sustainable development affecting us today. We all share responsibility. The government, corporations, and development partners need to define together the amount of energy they want to put to build their own interconnections to make a brighter future, probably by sharing ideas, resources, risk, and success. And corporations like ours also need to align their interests and their innovations with the needs expressed by stakeholders and incorporating them into their own strategies to ensure trust, business sustainability, and the sustainable development of the local communities. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madelka. And of course, she focused on trust and how do you take local communities into confidence. And I suppose the steeper the challenges, and if you're able to overcome those challenges, then the stronger and deeper is the foundation and the trust on which the relationship moves forward. Now, I believe there is a question that should be on the screen. This is with regard to the live polling. Yes, you have it there. Now, I made a quick count. As Madelka was speaking, we have almost 100 people. So we would expect at least 80% response when it comes to the questions. So I'll be watching closely as to how many of you have responded. And once we have finished with the 4 panelists and their interventions, we will also show you the results. And we will also invite you as the audience to participate in that and give your opinions and views. Let me move on to our first panelist. As I said, this is a very rich panel. We have representation from high levels of government. And in this instance, it's His Excellency, Mr. Ignacio Garcia Javier. He's the Vice Minister of International Development, of International Cooperation from the Dominican Republic. And what I would like to know from him is all of the discussions that we've been having today on the importance of establishing national priorities for public sector engagement. And of course, that is done through the development cooperation and also through inclusive dialogues between the public and the private sector. So what I would like to know from you, Honorable Vice Minister, is what challenges do you think governments face in trying to establish these national priorities? And also, as a second question, how can governments be supported in taking this process forward?
Bueno, en primer lugar, darle las gracias a la Organización para la Cooperación y el Desarrollo Económico, la OECD, por su invitación a participar a la República Dominicana y a usted, Excelencia, y a usted que han hecho la introducción de este tema tan complejo, tan amplio, tan importante, sin embargo, para los temas del desarrollo. Como hay poco tiempo, yo quisiera responder las dos cuestiones planteadas por Su Excelencia, partiendo de dos aspectos. Yo quiero hablar, si ustedes me lo permiten, de aspectos normativos para la generación de confianza y también hablar de precisamente los desafíos a los que se enfrentan particularmente los países en vías de desarrollo como la República Dominicana o como todos los países de nuestra región de América Latina. Y yo haría una pregunta a partir de la pregunta que también ha hecho Su Excelencia, y diría que cuáles son las condiciones habilitantes para que el sector privado participe en una cooperación eficaz para el desarrollo sostenible. Y yo diría que una primera condición habilitante, una condición para generar confianza, es que nuestros países puedan definir marcos normativos que le permitan no solo al sector privado, sino a todos los actores del desarrollo poder participar de manera clara con la definición de roles específicos. La República Dominicana, hay que decirlo, es líder en la región del Caribe y Centroamérica en inversión extranjera directa, en captación de inversión extranjera directa, y es precisamente a partir del hecho de que la República Dominicana, los gobiernos dominicanos han definido normas muy claras de participación del sector privado en lo que tiene que ver con el desarrollo nacional. Y además tenemos, yo diría, lo voy a decir sin modestia, yo creo que tenemos también la República Dominicana una experiencia en lo que tiene que ver con diálogo multiactor, porque resulta que la reforma constitucional de República Dominicana del 2010 precisamente se hizo tanto de manera vertical como de manera horizontal, donde participaron todos los sectores, incluyendo todas las comunidades del país. Y Paloma La Laguna, que me comentaba esta mañana que ella participó en el área de derechos humanos en ese proceso de reforma de la Constitución Dominicana, que la promulgamos en el año 2010. Y en esa reforma constitucional del 2010 está contenida nuestra Estrategia Nacional de Desarrollo 2030, que está convertida, es una ley, la ley 1-12, es decir, la República Dominicana cuenta con una Estrategia Nacional de Desarrollo que tiene una consistencia de motricidad de los objetivos en un 72% con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible que asumimos todos los países en Naciones Unidas. Es decir, que hay una experiencia en el caso dominicano de cómo participan todos los actores y particularmente cómo participa el sector privado. Y hablando precisamente del primer aspecto que señalaba, el aspecto normativo, hace 15 días solamente el gobierno dominicano acaba de enviar al Congreso Nacional una ley de alianzas público-privadas. Y ustedes me van a permitir que lea de manera sucinta algunos de los aspectos contenidos de ese proyecto de ley de alianzas público-privadas, donde precisamente, lo voy a resumir, la ley lo que busca es que tanto el sector privado como el sector público compartan los activos y los pasivos de esa alianza. Es decir, que asimismo como hay ganancia, también hay riesgo y que entonces ambos actores del desarrollo compartan los activos y los pasivos de esa alianza. Y hay una figura que es la figura del fideicomiso de alianza público-privada que ustedes van a permitir leer. Al fideicomiso constituido al amparo de la legislación sobre la materia con el objeto exclusivo de gestionar una alianza público-privada o administrar los bienes y derechos aportados, el cual, sin contar con personalidad jurídica, será considerado como un sujeto de derecho privado con capacidad jurídica plena para ser titular de derechos y de obligaciones de intervenir en justicia como demandante o demandado. Se va a crear en el marco de esa ley un Comité Nacional de Alianza Público-Privada. También donde van a este Comité Nacional de Alianzas Público-Privadas que va a indicar la ley, va a estar compuesta por el ministro de la Presidencia, quien lo presidirá, el ministro de Hacienda, el ministro de Economía, Planificación y Desarrollo, al cual yo pertenezco, la Consultoría Jurídica del Poder Ejecutivo, el director general de Contrataciones Públicas y va a haber un director general de Alianzas Público-Privadas con voz en ese comité. Y al Ministerio de Economía, Planificación y Desarrollo le va a competir en esa ley la responsabilidad de evaluar el impacto económico y social de la alianza público-privada que establezca el gobierno con el sector privado. Y yo diría, Su Excelencia y a ustedes, colegas, que están las siguientes condiciones que se han señalado acá en el curso de los dos paneles anteriores para la construcción de confianza. Primero, me parece que una condición fundamental es la rendición de cuentas en cualquier tipo de alianza. Está un aspecto que se señaló aquí, pero que ya es un concepto que maneja el sistema internacional de administración tributaria, que es el concepto de moral tributaria. Y moral tributaria lo que quiere decir es efectivamente que el gobierno gaste con transparencia los recursos que capta del sector privado y en general de los ciudadanos, pero a la vez la moral tributaria implica que también el sector privado se comprometa a cumplir con sus obligaciones tributarias. Nosotros tenemos un gasto tributario que ronda exenciones tributarias, que se denominan también gasto tributario, que anda por alrededor de un 3 o 4% del Producto Interno Bruto en la República Dominicana, algo que nosotros tendríamos que resolver. Y otro aspecto para generación de confianza es que el gobierno los gobiernos definan prioridades y políticas públicas claras que le permitan a los demás actores participar en el desarrollo de cada uno de nuestros países. Además, otro aspecto que también forma parte, ya entrando en los desafíos, es evitar lo que señalaba el señor Drew Smith de Canadá, evitar las externalidades negativas en las alianzas público-privadas. Por ejemplo, cuando hablamos de pasivos ambientales que puedan generarse por inversiones en los sectores de la industria extractiva, estamos hablando que esos son externalidades negativas. Pero para finalizar, yo diría que hay un desafío que es global, que nos compete a todos, y voy a mencionar la expresión que en un seminario organizado por la OECD, el Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo y el BID en República Dominicana en septiembre del año pasado, un representante del sistema de administración tributaria dijo lo siguiente: los países tienen que digitalizar todos sus procesos gubernamentales, particularmente lo que tienen que ver con la administración tributaria, y la expresión que utilizó fue digitalización o muerte. Es decir, es un gran desafío que para todos nuestros países, inclusive para el sector empresarial, el hecho que está representando la denominada nueva economía, o se le llama también, como le llaman otros autores, el denominado exoeconomics, que está representando la digitalización de la economía, lo que está expresándose en amplísimas ganancias que tiene que ver con todo el proceso de digitalización de la economía. Y me parece que es, colegas, un gran desafío que tenemos todos los países en materia de administración tributaria, que es donde fundamentalmente captan los gobiernos los recursos. Y le voy a poner dos ejemplos y con esto termino. Lo siguiente. Uruguay llegó ya a un acuerdo con Uber y con Netflix para que paguen impuestos. Y también en el caso de México, México ya está sirviendo productos gubernamentales a través del blockchain, lo que significa que me parece que es uno de los grandes desafíos para todos los países en materia de desarrollo. Y finalmente, que me parece que es una alianza público-privada paradigmática. El gobierno dominicano asignó el 20% de las compras públicas y las contrataciones a las micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas. Y producto de esa asignación del 20% a las micro, pequeñas y medianas empresas en la República Dominicana, se han formalizado un número importante de empresas, pero además se han creado también micro y pequeñas empresas a partir de la asignación del 20% a las compras públicas. Y voy a poner un ejemplo que me parece que es paradigmático, que es una pyme que estaba en baja en uno de los barrios marginados de la República Dominicana, se activó con esa política pública y ocurrió lo siguiente: esa pequeña empresa le sirve mochilas y zapatos al sistema educativo dominicano, pero lo más importante para nosotros, porque fue una política, un impacto no previsto, es que de los 80 empleados que tiene esa pequeña empresa en un barrio marginado de la República Dominicana, una gran cantidad de esos empleados, de esos 80, fueron jóvenes que estuvieron en conflicto con la ley, lo que significa que le sacamos al microtráfico de drogas en los barrios a esos jóvenes que pudieron caer, que estaban en conflicto con la ley y ahora están en una empresa formalizada. Y eso para nosotros es una alianza público-privada. Yo diría que, en definitiva, los aspectos más importantes de generación de confianza es que los países, los gobiernos puedan desarrollar normas que le permitan no solo al sector privado, sino a todos los actores del desarrollo saber en qué condiciones participan y cuáles son los roles específicos con los cuales ellos intervienen en ese proceso de desarrollo. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. That was a very informative overview of what is happening in the Dominican Republic. And as a parliamentarian, I was very interested to hear your overview of how the constitutional reform has come about, the 2010, and also the new bill that they have in the offering on public-private partnership. So what is important, I think, here is, one is that they have been process-focused, so there have been inclusive dialogues between the public and the private sector and all the other stakeholders, and it has also led to outcomes, which is very important. This is the first time I've heard of a country who has actually legislated for the Sustainable Development Goals. We have all heard this argument about the fact that this is not binding and the importance of country ownership. Well, here we have an example in the Dominican Republic where they have actually legislated, and it is now in the Constitution. So thank you for that. And I'm sure when, after this week of policy dialogues, if an attempt could be made to bring about the good practices from the various countries, I don't call them best practices, because it's only when you apply that to your own country-specific conditions does it actually become a best practice. So it'd be very useful also to have other good practices from other countries. Thank you, Excellency, and I'm sure we'll come back to you again. Let me now move on to our second panelist, Maria Lombardo. She is the head responsible investment from Invesco, which is a large American investment management company headquartered in Atlanta. And the question that I have for her is really more on the bottlenecks and the impediments. So what are the key issues that prevent investments and partnership in partner countries, and how can these be addressed? Maria?
Thank you very much. I have to admit that before coming here, I was questioning why I should have come here, to be honest, because we are a mainstream investment house, and we're talking about developing finance, we're talking about direct investment, public-private partnership for small and medium-cap companies. And I would see a very difficult answer, in a way, on the challenges. But in fact, they are all embedded in what we do. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of background on both Invesco, myself, and how we do see these challenges and how we are operating, in fact. In terms of Invesco, we are one of the largest global institutional investor. We manage about just short of $1 trillion US dollars as asset under management, and we operate globally. We do operate in all asset classes, but they are all listed asset classes. Invesco, though, has a reason to be here, probably in representation of all the financial institutions that have been called in many times during the previous intervention, and I was very happy they've been called in, and I think I feel even more proud to be here and talking about what Invesco does. First of all, I just wanted to say the purpose of Invesco is a bit different than a normal institutional financial investor, because the purpose is delivering an investment experience that helps people to get more out of life. And I'm reading it because I joined Invesco very recently, and my background is in developing finance, and it is also in what it is sustainability. So what does it mean, reaching more out of life? It means that we have to generate more, both financial and sustainable value for our clients. Sustainability is at the very base of what Invesco does, and how Invesco does it. Invesco does it is by putting investor first. This is our first approach, which means that by the fiduciary duty that we have from our investors and from the asset owner that give us their portfolio, we have to adopt and implement investment practice that are consistent to what they want. So active ownership or active engagement or business ownership, as we like to call it, is at the center of all that we do. It's not just part of a team that I'm part of, but it is at the center of all that we do. And we believe it is the most effective way to deliver a responsible investment, and to also deliver what it is, the stewardship role that we have. So we are a very long-term investor, high-quality driven, and we want to align our interest to the company we invest in. So this active ownership, I'm bringing this up in talking about the challenges, because we believe it's the way that makes me being here and Invesco being part of the global partnership. And I would say there are three ways for us to be here in this respect. One is because one of our most important investors, so the asset owners that have been collabed before, so the pension funds, they are requiring us to invest according to responsible principles. So they are requiring us to invest according to the ESG and to find investments that would have ESG value. And I stop here for now, but then I go back in terms of the challenges. The second element is that we are universal investors. By universal investors, we mean that we are involved in any kind of investments that have a market value and that are listed on the market. So by definition, we own all the market. But this also means that what can be caused by an irresponsible action of one of our investment can have a very negative impact on the return of another of our investments. So we need to act very responsibly. And to do so, we need to know the company we invest in. We need to know the policy that a government is taking when we invest in sovereign bonds to guarantee that there is no risk underpin in our universal portfolio. And the last element of it is the fact that we have a role as influencer by being such a large investor and by being a representation of a larger investment community. We can pave the way for other institutions to follow us in calling on corporations and on governments in all the collaboration that we can do in terms of the engagement. The collaboration is very important because only with the collaborating with either financial institutions with the power that they have behind their shoulders and with the developing finance institution and all the actors that we have been calling in now, is improving the governance of the investments that are done, improving the ownership. So we continue to invest for a long period, which is one of the main driver. That has to be a main driver for all the financial institutions. So the getting away from the short-termism. And the final point is that we also improve performance, which are not just profit, as we said, but social performance. Now, what are the main challenges? The main challenges are due to the fact that we need to be able to, first of all, to have a way of measuring what we are doing, so to have data available and to push for this data available. I come from an NGO. I've been working for CDP. They have a mission to push the data for environmental disclosure. And the weight of a collaborative engagement from investors is extremely important in pushing them to disclose what they are doing in terms of their environmental climate change practice, if you like. There is also a challenge in terms of the standards because we are operating in so many different countries. So the reporting standards are very different, and we need to find a way to harmonize these reporting standards because all the investments are done on a comparative basis. And finally, regulatory standards that as well have to be taken into account in all the investment that we do for the risk and the opportunity that they can bring. And I will stop here, maybe for more questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Just a quick follow-up. You're a very successful company, and the reason why you're successful, I suppose, is because you're selective in your investments. Now, you have identified 3 areas: data, reporting standards, government regulations. Are there any other factors which led you to walk away from an investment or a partnership opportunity other than these 3?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the main driver of active ownership is governance. So good governance for us is the primary element that we adopt in judging any type of investment, whether it is with the corporations or it is with the sovereign state, so investing in bonds, for example. And governance is quite a big word, but it is not just having a responsible way of operating on a leadership level, but it is also down to what a corporation is doing towards their value chain, towards their the supply chain, and then it is indeed in this arena that we see our role to be more important for developing finance and for small and medium cap enterprises who are part of this procurement chain and who would be asked to respond to a good corporate governance from their own shareholders and ultimately investors.
Thank you. Now, before we move on to the third panelist, I'm just looking at the Mentimeter. We have 44 responses. I hope once you have listened to the remaining two panelists, that will go up substantially. And we do have the technology to see who has not put in a vote. So I hope I will not be asked to carry out that responsibility. So the third panelist, I'll move to Henry McLaughlin. He's the Director of Corporate Development at Capricorn Investment Group. Again, this is a large investment group. And he's basically here to share his experience in building relationships, so between governments, between investors, development actors, civil society. So it's a full spectrum. So what we would like to know from you, Henry, is what can these actors do to promote trust, especially in the context of implementing a project at the national or local level. And remember, our focus here is the national, the country level. So from your experience, if you'd like to share with us, what can these actors do individually as well as collectively?
Thank you. So as you mentioned, I work at Capricorn Investment Group, and we're an investment firm that manages about $6 billion of AUM, but with a specific purpose of achieving impact goals around issues of sustainability, and very specifically around climate change. So really our day job is to find ways to deploy capital around the issue of climate change. And so as I was listening to Maria, I was remembering that every Monday when I go to work with my colleagues, we sit down for a very long meeting, which is our investment committee. And we go over all the investment ideas that we've had over the past week or the past month, and we discuss where we want to make new investments. And in the context of this discussion, I think it's interesting to see that for the past few years where I've been participating in these discussions, again and again, it's been very difficult to get agreement from this committee on making investments into emerging countries. And for any specific asset class, it always seemed more attractive and more prudent to invest in, say, an OECD country than to invest in an emerging country. I think there's one area where that's actually not true, and where there are perhaps more opportunities for an investor in emerging countries, and that's renewable energy. So if you look at, and of course every country is different, but if you look at many emerging countries, people actually spend more for the electricity they have access to, which is not much, than they would in Western Europe or in North America, in many cases. And the reason for that is because they're very reliant on diesel generators, which are very expensive. Diesel is very expensive, or kerosene. Or even when they rely on the grid, it's intermittent and sometimes quite costly to be connected. And so as an investor, there's an opportunity there, especially if you focus on renewable energy. So I don't know if any of you have looked at the latest Lazard study on renewable energy that came out this week. So every year, a bank called Lazard publishes a study of all the cost of energy for every source of generation. So coal, gas, nuclear, hydro, solar, wind. And the study that came out this week shows that for the first time since they've published a study for 20 years now, solar, pretty much anywhere in the world, is cheaper than any other form of electricity generation, including gas. I mean, even 3 years ago, if you told people this, they would have thought that this was not possible. And I'm not talking about peak gas, I'm talking about combined gas. And the reason why I think this is really important is I think every emerging country now has a real opportunity to develop its energy grid based on renewables and attract international private investment to do so. There's still some issues to address. So we've made investments like these in the past. The biggest problem, I think, from an investor is every country has its own regulatory framework when it comes to energy. And so there's a lot of reinventing the wheel. Like instead of having one standard around solar or around wind, every country is developing its own set of standards. And for an investor, you may make the efforts for India. You might make the effort for other large countries. But you're unlikely to make the effort for smaller countries where the opportunities to deploy capital are much smaller. And so why hire the lawyers? Why spend all the time and effort if in the end you can only write small checks? Because most of us as investors are constrained by time. There's a capital constraint, but actually the biggest constraint for investors is time. Like, do I want to spend the next 4 months understanding every single complexity of one country's energy market? And unless there's a very big opportunity there, the answer is probably no. So I think simplifying regulation, as I think the Vice Minister mentioned, I think would be a great way forward, and maybe adopting regional standards. And I think maybe an example of one country that has done that, and which I find very interesting, is Argentina. And I'll just end with this example. So Argentina, as you know, has been one of the most difficult countries to invest in for a private investor for many years or decades. And you could argue about the reasons for that, and that's not the purpose here. But it's not necessarily the most attractive country in that region for a private investor, given the history of credit defaults. However, they have developed this very smart program over the past 3 years, specifically for renewable energy, for solar and wind, which carves out the regulatory framework and the legal system for renewable energy from the rest of the Argentinian legal system. So they built, almost in a silo, a separate set of rules with international arbitration. There's a World Bank guarantee. There's a first loss system. And they said, well, we understand that investing in Argentina can be complicated. But for renewable energy, because we want to fulfill our Paris commitments, we want to make it as easy as possible. So I think that's an interesting model, specifically for renewable energy, of how a country can sort of go around perhaps its reputation or its own issues, and for one issue, for one theme, like renewable energy, say, we're going to make it simple.
Okay, thank you very much. Move on. Antti, you are furthest away from me, but I think what you have to say is going to be of great interest to all of us. Antti is the head of unit Private Sector and Trade, International Cooperation and Development at the European Commission. And so really, we are going to hear his perspectives from the point of view of development cooperation. So my question to you is, how can development partners best support trust and relationship building at the country level and scale up? So once you've established that initially, and scale up successful private sector partnerships, and what should development partners be doing more of? I know you've gone through a long process. You know what works, what doesn't work, what could work better. So what can you do more of? If you'd like to share your thoughts on those, please.
Okay, thank you very much, and it's really a pleasure to be here. First, I think I'd like to go just 2 steps back to, why are we engaging with the private sector? And that's, of course, a link to the SDGs and prosperity. Simply, it wouldn't exist without the private sector. Private sector creates jobs. Private sector provides innovation, as has been mentioned here. Private sector helps us create value added, diversify our economies. And therefore, there is a lot of common objectives. It's not just about private sector and profits, on which we had a good discussion earlier. So I think, in terms of trust, this common objective should need to be built then towards shared values. I think, private sector is looking for a trustworthy government partner, development partner, a predictable investment climate, good governance. And on the other hand, we as development actors and governments are looking for responsible business conduct, sustainable approaches, fair play, from the businesses that we want to engage with. So it's that at the bottom of the trust, and I think we need a dialogue, and that is very important. A public-private dialogue is the mechanism that we want to promote in order to understand each other, because trust requires understanding. And the third element of trust, I think, is about achieving impactful actions on the basis of this process of understanding each other, and impactful actions require transparency. They require accountability. And so that's our recipe. An example of how we are moving on with engaging with the private sector is our external investment plan. It's moving towards, and this is a very strong policy approach for us, we're moving towards a leverage-based approach where we are supporting investments through risk-sharing, through financial instruments, but we do it in an integrated way where we try to also then support governments in their reform efforts for investment climate. And one of the key elements of this work is really what we call a sustainable business for Africa. I forgot to say that this is a scheme that is active in Africa, in our neighborhood. And we do promote with each of our partner countries a sustainable Africa platform for a dialogue. It's something where our delegations are facilitating the governments and involving the businesses. There are examples of EU business clubs, but more and more we are moving towards involving local businesses in this process. And it's simply to get the business perspective together with the government, working from the government's strategies, and the country ownership obviously is a key principle that we follow, but getting the business perspective and therefore getting then more effective operations. And I think this is something where a trust can be built. This is all preceded by a very important issue, which is having a very good country and market analysis. So if we understand the opportunities and markets in the country, I think we can have a better dialogue with the business and also look for those opportunities that we can bring about with this work. So I think, just as there's not much time, and I would have a lot to say about the EIP, I would just want to say that in terms of the trust, I think we should really more try to, identify where are our shared values, what are our common objectives, and work it from there. And what we should be doing less is, really to misunderstand the drivers and the, starting points of each other. I think it has to be a very genuine. There was a good discussion earlier where someone said that we should not try to change the private sector, and that I think is exactly true. But that doesn't mean, of course, that there should not be standards that we expect to achieve from this engagement. So that's maybe for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. And a quick clarification. Your concept of neighborhood is essentially Africa, but do you see yourself extending that to Latin America, Asia Pacific in the future?
Fantastic that you ask. Actually, our neighborhood is sort of the belt. It's the northern Africa and eastern, the countries to the east of Europe. Eastern neighborhood, we call it. We are planning to indeed expand globally our tool. We have financial perspectives already 7 years. So from 2021, we should go global with this scheme, which is currently only Africa and neighborhood. So we go to Latin America, we go to Asia, go to Caribbeans, every single area where we do have bilateral cooperation with countries. That's pretty much the developing world.
Thank you very much. We have the fourth of the panelists who has given their intervention. I will look now at the Mentimeter. We have 48 respondents. And unlike the previous sessions where we actually went around and asked the panelists, so we are going to go to the audience now and get your views on it. As I see it, if you look at the first one, identify and align interests of all partners, including beneficiary communities, that is 8. And then higher than that was facilitate structured, open, and inclusive dialogue. And in a way, these two actually come together because when you're talking about inclusive dialogue, through that you can identify and align interest of all the parties. So really, to me, this is the same issue looking at it from different perspectives. Interesting, broker partnership across sectors got the least number of votes. Now, I don't want to embarrass anyone, but did anyone pick that as the number one choice? And I would like to learn from them why they picked it. So let's do it in reverse. So why was this important to some people, brokering partnership across sectors? And I suppose that refers more to the development community because they are best positioned to try and build bridges where they don't exist. They can promote marriages, as it were, and they can also broker the partnerships. So anyone who voted for that would care to say something? Yes, the lady at the back, please.
Yeah, hello. Actually, I work in the government in Egypt, and we try to facilitate or attract investments in some of the national priority sectors for development. And that's quite challenging. So actually, with the help of some development partners, we were able to broker some partnerships where the development partners were, to an extent, mitigate the risk and attract the investments of private sectors, multinationals, and national private sector companies into specific sectors where we need to advance the national objectives. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else who wishes to comment on the polling? Yes, sir.
Thank you. When we talk about broker partnership, if we do not understand the issues and communicate to the government and the investors properly, we cannot really collaborate through partnership because it has to have some identified benefits to the private sector, and the investors will be quite, interested to invest, and the donors also will be taking interest to support through government engagement. Because when you talk about donors' money, it comes through the government, and the government has to understand what the private sector is really looking for. So it has to have that sort of, coordination, facilitation, brokering, and making them understand what really private sector is looking for.
Okay. We have representatives from a number of sectors, so you're free to comment in terms of what you would like to see getting done in these areas. How can we, through principles, through approaches, through strategies, how can we build trust, which is at the foundation of the relationship that we are talking about? Yes, sir. At the back, please. Second last row.
Thank you. I'm Luca Defray. I'm coming with the CPD, the CSO Alliance here. And I have a quick response to your question. And I think that from the CSO angle, obviously, we would like to see multi-stakeholder dialogues in place in countries. But I have also a question for you all, which is about the time factor. Because what we are noticing is that donors are going for quick fixes or quick wins. And I wonder whether or not this may undermine trust, because trust needs time to be built. So that's a question for you. Thanks.
Of course, when you ask that question, trust isn't something that you build on day one. The first step, I suppose, would be to say that you're willing to trust someone, and then you start building on that trust as you go along. So you don't hit the optimal level from day one, but you put on the blocks, the building blocks, as you go along. Okay, we have that as a question for the panelists, and we'll come to that. Yes, Madam. And then I acknowledge Madam, you, and Sir, yourself.
Hello, I come here, work for the World Bank, so I'm interested in learning more about investors' opinion on how multilateral development aid can increase interest in investments. So talking about trust, I would just like to understand if a project is also financed by a development financial institution, does this leverage further investments from Invesco or Capricorn Investment? To what extent? And have you had any previous experience investing in projects where, for example, the World Bank or other development projects, development banks, were also investing? Thank you.
So that's a question for our financial institutions. Can we come here? Yes, and then we'll come to the front. Yes, Madam.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Paola Simonetti. I'm talking on behalf of the International Trade Union Confederation. I have a question for the colleagues from Invesco and Capricorn. They have been putting the accent very much on the reporting standards and the importance of also for their own fiduciaries in that sense. So I would be interested in knowing if and how your reporting standards have been modified or reviewed in order to be in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, and in that sense, whether you are prioritizing any SDGs or not, and which is the philosophy behind it on how really to put the SDGs in the forefront and to achieve actually the objectives and targets of
Thank
this.
you.
Thank you.
So we'll come to the front here, and then we will come to the panelists, and then come round again for round two. Yes.
Merci beaucoup. Ce que je voudrais proposer est le suivant. Puis après, une question sera adressée à M. Henry. La proposition. Il est question de bâtir, de construire la confiance. Pour ce faire, il faut rapprocher les acteurs. Par conséquent, je suggère que l'OCDE initie infatigablement ces rencontres pour que les acteurs échangent, se connaissent et arrivent à la construction de la confiance. La confiance ne peut se créer que quand les acteurs se rencontrent, se connaissent, discutent. Voilà la première démarche que je voulais proposer, que l'OCDE ne soit pas fatigué d'organiser ce genre de rencontres. Maintenant, ma question s'adresse à M. Henry. Vous êtes réaliste. Et c'est ça ce que je disais depuis le matin. Le secteur privé, c'est un monsieur qui cherche à faire le profit. Ça, c'est le b.a.-ba, c'est la base. Et vous, vous dites avec raison que les lundis, quand vous commencez vos réunions, vous finissez tardivement. Parce que il est question de savoir s'il faut investir dans les pays émergents. Ça, c'est les pays émergents. Et nous, les pays fragiles, vous n'en parlez même pas. Alors, quel est votre regard sur le principe général qui est dégagé des ODD, qui est celui de no one buy, and ne laisser personne pour compte? Alors, qu'est-ce que, quand vous êtes un peu libre, alors, quel commentaire vous faites de cet article général tiré des ODD? Ça m'intéresse beaucoup. Tout en vous donnant raison. C'est ça le schéma. Vous avez été le plus réaliste. Vous, c'est le bénéfice. Au-delà de tout, c'est le bénéfice. Il ne faut pas passer à côté. C'est ça. Donc, votre commentaire sur ce principe serait utile. Je suis du Togo.
Okay. Oui. Thank you. So I'll come back to the panelists. First, the question on timing. Whether, I think the question was, it takes time to build trust, and does the donor community or development partners have that patience, and does it become self-defeating or contradictory? So maybe, Auntie, I'll come to you, and then from a government perspective to His Excellency. Andy, would you like to respond to that very briefly, and then I'll come to you, sir.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, because there is always a risk for short-termism and sometimes trying to look for quick fixes. Well, there may be situations where that is necessary also for development actors, but basically, at least for the European Commission, I can say that we base our cooperation on a long-term relationship with the countries. It's a political relationship exemplified, for example, by the alliance that we have built with Africa on investment issues. So I would say that on investment area, particularly, we are there for the long term. But then there can be, of course, catastrophes, humanitarian needs, which tend to then, require very much short-term action. I'd also like to respond just very quickly to the World Bank that, at least from our perspective, and we work very much with World Bank on these issues and share these views. I mean, you can work particularly on two ways. I mentioned the EIP, sharing financial risks. That's interesting for private sector, and sharing or improving, the prospects as to the perceived and country risks, which is the regulatory and policy environment. And I think these are huge win-win opportunities for public and private sector.
Thank you. We'll come on to the financial institutions. I think there were questions, Henry, to you and also to you. Do you want to take them?
Sure, thank you. Maybe I'll answer the question from the person from the World Bank first. So most of the things we do outside of OECD countries would involve a DFI, and in quite a few cases, the World Bank. We've worked quite closely with the IFC on a number of projects in India and Southeast Asia. And then we've also worked with European development institutions for some of our investments in Africa. I think, I've personally enjoyed working with DFIs. I feel like it's always an experience where you learn a lot. You're dealing with people who have a different skill set than what you find in the financial industry. So I think that's a positive thing. The difficulty is the focus of DFIs seems to be very driven by one country or one theme, and in some cases even separately. There's, like for instance, the energy team, and then there's the India team, and they actually work separately, and you have to sort of bring them together. So I think the only thing I could say as an investor is, there's probably still room there to sort of simplify sort of the interactions. Also, I'm speaking from the position of someone who actually knows who to call at the World Bank, or who knows who to call at DFIs when I'm looking at specific investments on renewable energy. I think for other organizations that may not have that experience of working with DFIs, I think it can be very discouraging at first. And earlier there was a comment made by the Vice Minister on digital access, and I think that's important for countries, but I think perhaps the World Bank and others could also make access to the right experts and the right teams a little bit easier. Maria, did you want to address the question on the SDGs?
Yes.
Yes, I like to address the question on the SDGs in two ways. There are the compliance to the SDGs for Invesco as a corporate citizen. So what we are doing, in fact, in terms of our corporate social responsibility and how do we comply with the SDG, or where we are effectively creating impact on an SDG in some of the SDGs, and then how we do that for our fiduciary duty to our asset owners. So as far as investor is concerned, I think it's developing a lot because SDGs is an area where we are learning a lot in terms of assessing the SDGs. It's very difficult assessing if you are really making an impact. We start with real estate and what impact we are making on the SDG 13, SDG 7, all the SDGs related to alternative energy or savings and climate, again, environment. But sometimes it's very difficult to say that by saving this is in fact an impact. And again, I would go back again on the type of assessment that you need to be doing. And this has also an implication in the way we are looking at our investments on behalf of the asset owners. Asset owners more and more want to have investments that are linked to SDGs. So that we are getting more and more sophisticated in looking at it, in establishing what are the SDGs that you want to look at? How do you want to look at? What type of engagement can we do in terms of really understanding that the investment we are doing is bringing an impact? I give you a very simple example. If we look at some of the screening that sometimes are in the market that we use because we are investing in so many companies, we need to do a top-down approach, if you like, by using those screenings. A pharmaceutical company would be at the top of SDG 3 because if they have an HIV drug, for example, they are definitely, and they have 30%, let's say 50, 60% of their sales in that, they will score very highly. But then if you go and see how their procurement works, how the supply chain works, in fact, it's probably most of the time a critical situation that would impact very negatively other SDGs. And this is the way of the engagement would work, and the active engagement would work in terms of the SDGs.
Thank you. Your Excellency, would you like to respond to the timing issue, the conflicts?
Bueno, yo creo que este diálogo que tenemos, creo que hay que situarlo en un contexto mucho más amplio para un poco ver bien el horizonte que se está desarrollando. Estamos ante la presencia de cambios muy bruscos en el sistema internacional. La misma OECD está impulsando diálogo del denominado concepto de desarrollo en transición, y en el diálogo que tuvimos en Santiago de Chile el 4 y el 5 de octubre del año pasado, lo que se mostró es que es un concepto en evolución, que no hay una certeza de qué significa el concepto de desarrollo en transición, sino que es una construcción. Y yo digo esto que por lo siguiente, porque así como evoluciona el sistema internacional, el sistema multilateral, que tenemos la esperanza que evolucione hacia bien y no hacia mal, asimismo evolucionan los conceptos y los valores, ¿no? Las categorías y evoluciona también y se afecta el derecho internacional. Y yo diría que habría que tomar en cuenta este contexto global, porque ya los actores no son ni Harry Dexter White ni John Maynard Keynes, que participaron en la discusión en 1944 en Bretton Woods, ¿no? Sino que hay un conjunto de actores que hay que tomar en cuenta, y me parece que el sector privado, como un actor importante del desarrollo, ya sean en sus distintas categorías, instituciones transnacionales, sector privado local, etcétera, debe entender que se encuentra precisamente en otro contexto del desarrollo, porque ya hay otros actores que participan en el mismo, ¿no? Como es la sociedad civil, como son cooperativas, empresas, etcétera, ¿no? Y digo esto porque para mí sigue siendo importante, para generar confianza, el hecho de que podamos, en el marco de nuestros países, crear normativas claras en lo que tiene que ver con los roles. No podemos pedirle al sector privado que cambie su naturaleza. Su naturaleza es la ganancia. No podemos pedir eso, pero también el sector privado debe entender que efectivamente se enfrenta a algo que, repito, no pensaron ni por asomo Harry Dexter White ni John Maynard Keynes de que íbamos a tener una Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, que me parece que independientemente de que ya lo que quedan son 11 años para el 2030, a partir de este año nuevo que ya tenemos, no vamos a cumplir todas las metas, pero el valor de la Agenda 2030 y los ODS es precisamente que aporta yo diría, a un proceso civilizatorio distinto al que anteriormente me he referido.
Thank you. We are coming almost to the end of our time, but I think there were two more hands, and I would like to acknowledge those. Madam, at the front, did you want to ask a question? No? Yes? Yeah, and then there's a gentleman at the back. We'll take these two. Then we'll go for the wrap-up. And then there's one right at the end, the last row. Straight.
Thank you.
Yes.
I prefer say in Spanish because maybe maybe some words I forget. I prefer in Spanish. Gracias por las conferencias, estuvieron muy interesantes. Estaba con el teléfono. Okay. Ya, okay. Estaba con el teléfono porque estaba revisando también sobre los perfiles del fin que son sus compañías también. Entonces, mi pregunta va enfocada en que hacen proyectos regionales también en base a proyectos sostenibles. Entonces, si hacen con la parte de Centroamérica, me iba a decir algo y quería algo. No, ok. Entonces, quería conocer si hacen con Centroamérica o solo hacen en el radio de influencia de Estados Unidos o en algún país específico. Y la segunda pregunta, disculpe que me atrevo a hacerla solo una segunda pregunta, ¿cómo empezaron a hacer esta idea? O sea, algo pequeño, una síntesis. ¿Cómo empezaron a interesarse en hacer esos proyectos? Porque en Honduras, perdón que no me presenté, mi nombre es Marilyn Molina del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Honduras, soy directora de cooperación privada. Entonces, solo quería preguntar si ustedes, ¿cómo mostraron ese interés? Porque en Honduras tenemos un cierto grupo de empresas que lo hacen, 107, pero queremos llamar la atención del siguiente grupo para que empiecen a realizar estos proyectos de desarrollo sostenible. Gracias.
Thank you.
All right.
A very quick question,
yes.
please, 15 seconds.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm Jiten Yumnam, once again from the CPD. I just have a quick question for the first presenter who comes up with a case study on dam. Because my question is like, what do you have a framework, a rights-based framework to address the concern of the community who are affected by that particular project that that presented from your end? Because I was worried because to respond to the community, to really build trust, we need a standard. Which, I mean, of course, it's re-emphasized by many other panels. No, a strong standard for environment or social safeguard, and also respecting the rights. A strong foundation on respecting human rights. No, and also another is, do you have you come up with alternatives, defining alternatives on energy? Because I heard one of the panelists also referring to solar as becoming more cheaper and more, cost-effective as compared to hydro. And are you going to rethink the very model of development, like hydropower generation?
Okay, I think we have the question, Medelka. That's for you. And what we will do is we'll come very quickly to all of the panelists. And I'm giving a mental alert. 30 seconds, please, for your wrap-up, each of you.
Okay, I tried to be very fast. So to answer to your question and also address a little bit on the quick wins, in one time. AES is present in 15 countries, and I think we have learned our lessons. We live in a world of shares, hashtags, and likes, right? And now we understand that to build trust, you need to be in constant, in the particular case of the example I presented, in constant interaction with the communities, right? You cannot act in isolation. And so we mentioned that trust is a process, and as part of that process, the way how you build trust, right, is by not only knowing what you have to do, but saying and doing what you said you were going to do, right? So the quick win project in our language or in a corporation
like AES is more about, okay, I said I was going to do this, I did this, and I tried to incorporate the views and the needs of all the stakeholders that are relevant. So we do have in-house standards to deal with those issues, but sometimes, in the energy sector, you acquire projects where, the projects were already there, you acquire these projects and you're faced with problems with the communities that are not necessarily there because you decided to build that project. So in that context, sometimes corporations need to be a little bit smarter, and that was the point, on how to address those concerns. I personally believe that in a real world where you go somewhere or you have a project and you find all these stakeholders already there, the best outcome or the best thing that you could do is engage and have an honest interaction and be honest about your vulnerabilities, because it is only through that honesty that you can actually find other partners that would help you develop projects that have a sustainable outcome. Sustainability, I don't think is jeopardized through a quick win, as long as while you are there, you empower the local communities to to have the tools to continue with those projects, which is exactly what happened there. Today, these communities are functioning by themselves long after the company left. So to reinforce my messages, collaboration is key. Acknowledging your vulnerabilities in front of other partners that can do the job better than you. And 3, empowering those local communities with the tools so they don't depend on the private sector or other stakeholders.
Thank you. Thank you, Medelka. Antti, very quickly, please, just a quick final thought.
3 quick points. So for me, just to wrap up, what we should be doing as development partners, we can support and promote public-private dialogue that helps to build trust and understand what are our shared values. Second, we have an obligation to keep our programs in shape at national level so that they ensure a long-term sustainability in all of the partnership with the private sector. And third, we need good rules of engagements, and I think we have identified some principles such as additionality and non-distortion of markets, for example. And there is great work now that is going on in the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation, and we're very pleased to continue this and participate very actively in this.
Thank you. Henry?
So I'll use my 30 seconds maybe to answer the question you asked, because I think it's a good way to conclude. You were asking why this focus on sustainability and why that makes sense for an investor. I think a very easy way of answering that is if you think about long-term trends, and we're long-term investors, and most of the capital in the world is focused on long-term results, not quarter to quarter. The long-term trends are clear. Climate change is becoming a bigger and bigger issue. The fact that still extreme poverty in many parts of the world is not acceptable and will have to be addressed. And a number of things that are happening in energy sector and transportation and across different industries can help address these issues that are very important to all stakeholders. And so I think if you're an investor focused beyond the next few quarters, trying to find a theme where you can do interesting things and earn returns over many years or decades, I think very quickly you realize that having sustainability as a key focus makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Henry. Maria?
Yes, very quickly, I would say that SDG is at the core of our activity in terms of assessing and within our main mandate for investing. We don't invest directly into a specific country unless we have a mandate to do so. At the moment, I don't have a specific example for Honduras, but I'm sure that within our portfolio, there would be maybe down on the value chain, but there would be an area where we can definitely assess and improve the SDG investments that is there through our engagement again.
Thank you. Your Excellency.
Yo pienso que uno de los actores importantes del desarrollo son los socios del desarrollo. Y así como nosotros, como informé de que el gobierno ha sometido un proyecto de alianzas público-privada para el desarrollo sostenible, yo quisiera presentarle este documento que elaboramos en el Viceministerio de Cooperación Internacional, que es de alianzas público-privadas para el desarrollo sostenible a partir de casos en la República Dominicana con las principales empresas líderes de República Dominicana. Y le pusimos sostenible porque precisamente en la investigación empírica que realizamos vimos que esas empresas habían traspasado el concepto de responsabilidad social empresarial. Entonces yo diría que, repito, insisto, en que un aspecto fundamental de generación de confianza es que se definan claramente tanto normas de participación como se definan bien los roles de cada uno de los actores que aportan al desarrollo.
Thank you very much. I'll take about 3 minutes to wrap up, including the final takeaways as I see it. So if I can just refer to the poll, I think what is interesting there, and this is something we have not discussed, is the sequencing. You know, when you make a list of all of the items that you want to address, I think the sequence also becomes important from a strategic perspective. So what is the first thing that you should do which is going to give you the maximum impact? I think that's important. So, I mean, this is entirely my own permutation. So the first thing is really facilitate structured, open, and inclusive dialogues. So that's the first action. And through that, you identify and align the interests of all of the partners, okay? And then after that, you then try and develop a common language and agenda. Once you have had that dialogue, I think the development partners are much more better positioned to identify where the marriages might take place, where we can bring the two together, where we need to fortify a bridge or build a new one if one doesn't exist. And then, of course, the last, which we all hope, is that you showcase the results and demonstrate the benefits of partnership. So I think sequencing, that's my take on how you would look at it. And I think we were very right to focus on the national aspect. We live in a world today which has many global challenges. And the challenge really is not just to think globally, but to act and deliver locally. So which means the national engagement. You know, what do we do at the national level? Because we may have the brightest ideas. They may make for excellent reading. But unless we can deliver at the national level, none of this actually works out. And when we talk about the private sector, yes, the private sector fundamentally is not going to change. But that does not mean that they need to understand the new environment. They need new skill sets. Because at the end of the day, it is the coming together of the public and the private. So we can't simply expect a one-way flow where the government bends over backwards to accommodate the private sector. So trying to understand each other's aspirations, each other's motivations, each other's challenges is going to be very important. So hopefully they'll meet somewhere in between. And I think that is going to be very, very important. The other aspect, of course, is, which we have talked about time and again, is on the fundamental imperative of trust. And this takes time. One of our friends mentioned that the OECD should be doing this more often, bringing the partners together. I think, yes, there is a role for the OECD and other development partners. I think you can broker, because you do have pre-existing relationships. You know, you have interacted with governments. You have interacted with the other stakeholders. So you already have a familiarity. And how can we then leverage that to deliver win-win scenarios is going to be very, very important. So that is also, I think, an important takeaway. But at the end of the day, it's really the delivery that matters. Whatever we talk about, if we cannot deliver, and if the delivery is not apparent to the people, then it is not going to be sustainable. So the ultimate test of sustainability is whether the people see it as delivering. It's like democracy. If democracy doesn't deliver, it doesn't sustain. So I think delivery is where we should be focused on. Thank you very much for all of your views and for all of your comments. I think we had an excellent panel. This wasn't an easy topic. You know, trust is something very abstract. But to try and break it down, try and unpack it in terms of concrete steps that we may be able to take, I think is an important first task. And more importantly, I think we have asked the right questions. People jump to solutions, but we were probing with the right questions, and we have identified the challenges that are ahead of us. So I would like you to compliment the panel, and I'm sure they deserve that compliment with a round of applause, please, for the excellent job that they have done. And also an applause for yourself, because you have been through the whole process. And as a reward, I can announce that there is going to be cocktails, which is going to be served, and this is free. You don't have to pay for it. And I wish you all a very successful week. Safe travels to wherever you have come from, and I hope you will carry forward the spirit of the discussions that we have had today. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to moderate the discussion, and thank you all for your support and cooperation. Thank you, and a very good evening.